No kidding.
It is 5:30. We will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes.
Surprise, huh?
Mr. Neely.
Not directly related to closed session, but the end of next month, I'll be going to the Democratic Convention in Los Angeles. And if anybody has anything they want in the hands of any of our electeds from that side of the fence, email it to me. Fernando's got my email address. I'll hand carry it for you. It's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We will now go on into the city council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 10 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 549.6.8, Councilville Property Negotiators Property, APN 302-110.073. Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Jason Reinauer. Negotiating Party City of Porterville and Robert C. and Gail L. Knuckles. TRS Family Trust, under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conflict of Labor Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Patrice Hildreth, and Juliana Andrade. Employee organizations, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Porterville City Employees Association, Management and Confidential Series, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant Miguel and Anna Moreno, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Radine Strawn v. Bruce Sokoloff et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, case number 1:22-CV-1245, AWIEPG. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Cecilia Chavez et al. v. City of Porterville et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, case number 22-CV-00794-ADA-SKO. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Anthony Lucky v. City of Porterville et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, case number 1:23-CV-00551-ADA-BAM. Item 7, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Anna Isabel Moreno v. City of Porterville et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, case number 1:23-CV-0541-JLT-SKO. Item 8, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Item 9, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 1 case. And Item 10, Government Code Section 54957, threat to public services or facilities, consultation with Jay Costello, Porterville EOC Incident Commander. Staff's report.
Thank you. It's 5:33. We will now go into closed session. It is 6:50. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There's just one item to report on, item number A3, claim of Miguel and Ana Moreno, and a motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Councilmember Meister, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Beltran, and to remain standing for an invocation or moment of silence.
Salute, pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and do the invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this great day. Help us, Lord, to think about all the blessings that we have in this great city. Lord, help us to do the business of the city and represent the people well in this chamber tonight and always. Lord, be with those that are in charge. Help them to make good decisions and remember what good, right, and just things that we need to be doing and standing against all the evil, failed, and wrong in this world. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. We will now go into the presentation, the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you, Mayor Flores, and thank you, council members, for the warm welcome. Is there a clicker? Should I just let you guys know when I'm ready? Okay, there we go. Perfect, thank you. That's okay. All right. Again, thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Erica De Oliveira. I'm the current president and CEO of Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. I was recently appointed by our board of directors in September of 2022. I'd like to share some of our organizational update points. There we go. All right. For the council members who don't know too much about our organization, we are a nonprofit 501c4 organization. We are currently led by 26 board of directors. That board is evenly distributed with half of our public sector, which includes all of our cities within the county, and the other 50% are private sector industry, including Southern California Edison, to give an example, SoCal Gas. We have various private sectors that represent various parts of industries that are leading our county. Our vision is really to be the premier location in California to live, work, learn, and play. All of our goals are surrounded by maximizing opportunities for economic growth and job creation. And the keyword there really is job creation. As a primary marketing and recruitment entity for Tulare County, our job is to recruit those large employers to our area, because then those employers provide quality paying jobs for our Tulare County constituents. We strive to create a globally competitive environment for all businesses of each size, large, medium, and small. And we strive to maintain a high-performance, nationally acclaimed economic development organization. We are the primary and leading EDO in the county. Some of our key activities include housing and maintaining a very robust commercial and real estate database. And you can think of that database as somewhat of a commercial and industrial Zillow, if you will. It's a public-facing platform housed on our website, and we're responsible for making sure that that database is up to date with properties that are available and competitive within the county. Again, we serve as a primary marketing entity. So when we're getting in front of site selectors and brokers and we're sharing about our county and what properties we have available, we are really leading those conversations with the forefront, including all of our assets, right? We want to make sure that we are keeping our assets at the beginning of our conversation. People know what we have to offer, but we also want to be very intentional about preserving our natural resources, which include power and water. We do have a list of targeted industries that we strive to recruit. There we go. To give you some of our activity updates, in October, after my appointment, we did host a strategic planning session in late October. That was an opportunity for our board to come together along with some of our public partners, private partners, to speak into what goals they foresee and some measurable deliverables that we could achieve as an organization moving forward. We also did host a regional asset inventory tour. That's where staff and myself went around the county. We had an opportunity to meet with each of the city managers and staff, and we really are tracking an internal inventory list of all of our local assets, in which we're turning around and we're marketing all of those assets when we're recruiting businesses to come to our area. We also produced what's called our relocation guide. That was in partnership with Metro Media Publications. That's an entity that helped us put together, which you'll see in a slide in just a minute, put together a marketing piece that we were able to use in two ways. The first way is that when we've got new people coming to Tulare County, whether they're relocating for work or they're just moving to the area for more opportunities, this publication piece highlights all of the resources and services that one may need as a new Tulare County member. Additionally, we're using that piece on the second front as a recruitment piece. When we go to our events and trade shows, it's a tangible piece of collateral that we're sharing when we're meeting one-on-one, face-to-face, as well as virtually with those site selectors and brokers. Some of our updates regarding project leads. We have 32 project leads this current fiscal year, and I'm happy to report that of those 32 projects, 12 were assists. 6 projects were submitted on behalf of the city of Porterville, and across those 6 projects, 10 sites were submitted within those proposals. And we also assisted with 2 projects specifically within the city of Porterville. One was kind of borderline. One of the assists was on the corner of 65 and Avenue 124. So I think it's right on that border between like city and county. And the second project was for a telecom entity wanting to come to expand their services in the city. 14 of those projects were non-applicable. Now, 6 out of 20 is about 30% of the projects that we produced this year just for Porterville. But I think it's healthy to say that the rest of those projects are really looking for some kind of large industrial spec buildings. But 30% I think is a wonderful number, and I think that's a tremendous increase in what we had last fiscal year. Some of the top industries regarding those projects are surrounding manufacturing, biotechnology, and food and beverage. Those are really the top 3 industries that come knocking at our door when we receive those leads. Just to give you a bird's eye view of our year-to-date totals, again, we've had 32 projects. I'm sorry, let me go back one more slide. What I failed to mention here on this slide is that in addition to the 32 leads, I participated in 17 site selector missions. If you're not familiar with site selector entity, it's a group or a firm that is representative of a company that is essentially seeking to locate or expand potentially in our county. So I had the opportunity to meet with various site selectors and brokers, some very big names including CBRE, Cushman and Wakefield, JLL. I had an opportunity both on the virtual and the in-person side, actually just a few weeks ago up in the Bay Area. I'm also happy to share that 69% of these projects are EDC exclusive, which you'll see all of these projects, the 69%, are coming directly as referral. They're coming directly at our door via email. They're calling us. They're also coming from our third-party global site locate industries company who we contract with. And this entity helps us locate leads interested in Tulare County. But 69% compared to last year is significantly higher. And we did perform 7 data assists. Just to give you a prime example of what a data assist and how that differs from a project lead, we had the Department of Transportation contact us maybe about 2-3 months ago, and they wanted specific data surrounding the widening of one of our large interstates. And we had an opportunity to provide them demographic and data surrounding their ask and their narrative, specifically for grant funding. And so we were able to provide them with the data and the resources to help them apply for that grant. So back to this slide, this is the bird eye view of those 32 projects. Again, 69% or 22 of the 32 were EDC exclusive leads. We did send out 14 RFIs, and an RFI is a request for information or request for properties. Those RFIs are distributed across our county. 12 proposals were prepared, meaning we are the primary, not only marketing, but proposal preparing entity. We essentially take all of the sites across the county that are applicable to whatever that lead is asking for. It might be acreage, it might be building size, it might be power, it might be rail. We collect all of those size into one comprehensive packet, and we issue one large proposal on behalf of the county. We provided incentive information for 15 of those projects. Across the county, we submitted 45 sites to date. And again, for specifically City of Porterville, we submitted 10 of those 45 were within the city. We were shortlisted on 2 projects, and again, we assisted with 7 projects this year. Now, leads by source, this is where that 69% comes into play. The referral, the website, phone or email, GSLI, CCVEDC, and broker is the 69%. The additional 31% are warm leads coming from the state, from the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I think that's very significant for the work that we're doing. This is just a snapshot of that relocation guide I mentioned. This publication piece was beautiful, and not only was it a physical piece of collateral, so when I go to trade shows and we go to expos, we're handing folks a little bit of information about what it's like, not just to live in Tulare County, but specifically what to expect in terms of being business friendly and what kind of incentives a business might expect from locating or expanding here. This is also embedded in our website as well. So we have digital and physical copies. Some of the fun things we do include events, missions, and trade shows. I just wanted to highlight some photos here. We were at the World Ag Expo with the Tulare Chamber of Commerce. We were in the International Ag Center, and that gave us an opportunity to meet with international folks that came overseas to come and meet with some of our ag tech manufacturers, ag technology leaders, and we collected some information, we collected some contacts, and so it was a great opportunity for branding, but also making those direct contacts with presidents, CEOs, and leaders in the ag industry. We also attended Westpac. If you're not familiar, Westpac is the largest West Coast packaging manufacturing expo. It's hosted in Anaheim every year. We attended with a larger Central Valley EDC group called CCVEDC. And as a product of this particular expo over 3 days, our group collected 62 leads. 42 were in person at the booth and 20 were online. Now, as much as I would love all 62 of those leads to be Tulare County specific, and maybe even Porterville specific. A lot of those leads actually go to 8 counties that encompass the greater Central San Joaquin Valley. And then based on their needs and their ask for their particular project, they then get distributed across all of those 8 counties. But I think it's fair to say that we get a fair shot at putting our name in the hat and really highlighting and showing all of the assets that we have to offer at the largest West Coast manufacturing and packaging expo. The photos you'll see on the bottom include site selector, broker, mission, and legislative missions. The photo on the left is a photo of myself in Sacramento with GoBiz. That's the governor's office with economic development. I had an opportunity to meet with Dee Dee Myers. She's a senior executive director for that office. The middle picture there is myself on the Senate floor with Senator Hurtado. And on the right, you'll see my meeting there with Senator Shannon Grove. The 2 pictures you don't see include my 2 meetings with Assemblymember Vince Fong and Assemblymember Devin Mathis. Now, our largest event of the year is our Sequoia Regional Economic Summit. This is by far the most exciting event and the largest event that we host. I'm very happy to share that not only did we sell out with over 200 attendees this year, but we also sold out in sponsorships. We had 20 sponsors this year. 2 specifically from Porterville. One includes the city, so thank you for your sponsorship, and Stafford's Chocolate, which holds a very dear place in my heart because I think myself and everybody here loves chocolate. It was a great event. It was sold out. We had a lot of good, positive buzz at this event. And to give you just a brief snapshot, when I came on in September, I promised the board that I would fundraise sponsorships of $50,000. And I'm very pleased to share that I not only met that goal, but I exceeded that by $54,225. So my board was very happy with my ability to gather that amount of sponsorships. Compared to last year's event, that was a 57% increase in gross sponsorships, and that was a 46% increase in net revenue for our organization. As a result of our sponsorship collection and buzz and positivity surrounding this annual event, we were additionally able to collect 3 new private sector members, which include Eagle Mountain Casino, Seton Farms, and Proteus. To briefly highlight some of our preliminary work plan highlights for the new fiscal year, again, I'll highlight the word preliminary. These are some of my goals and dreams for the organization going into the new fiscal year. That includes expanding our real estate and demographic database. I would love to bring on a new software platform called GIS WebTech, which includes 3D spec building technology and demographics. That also includes zoning and utility layers for the city of Porterville. If you choose to embed that into your website, it would be a direct embed, and our site selectors and our locators would be able to see not just the properties that are available, but they would be able to see the zoning layers and any layers within the city that are applicable to economic development and growth. I'd also like to expand our city community pages and highlight assets, specifically a little bit more towards the retail and commercial opportunities. Additionally, I'd like to restore and emphasize core development, economic development opportunities and activities, which includes an economic impact reporting software. It's tremendously important to have access to this type of software, because when we're dealing and we're working and we're partnering with companies that are looking to locate and expand in our county, we want to be able to point back to the numbers and the data that shows why it's valuable and how it's beneficial on both parties, both sides, not just the city front, financial-wise, but for making sense for the organization and the business as well. I'd like to continue energizing and increasing private sector and regional support, specifically from our legislators. That includes direct memberships, new members, more sponsorships and new committee service, essentially getting economic development into conversation more. It's such a niche industry, and the more that we talk about it and the more that we market this organization, people are going to become more comfortable, and they're going to get to know a little bit more about us and why economic development is important to our county and to the city of Porterville. Additionally, we look forward to generating new leads, and that includes attending more expos, more trade shows, more site selector missions, more broker missions, essentially funding that would help me get in front of the right people to be able to sell City of Porterville, sell Tulare County and all of the assets. And the last one here is marketing consulting services. This really goes hand in hand two ways. Number one, we do have a 5-year SEDS report due in the summer of 2024. That's a large regional economic development plan that essentially houses all of the projects across the county, and any city that might be interested in applying for EDA grant funding to fund their projects, their infrastructure projects. Those projects have to be listed on our SEDS report. So my hope is that come the new fiscal year, in alignment with SURF dollars, which are dollars allocated through the state for regional economic development planning, along with those things I listed: direct memberships, sponsorships, ways that we're getting creative in finding funding, we can support consulting services to have somebody come out here and truly identify and do a SWOT analysis on what we have to offer. That way we can have a stronger marketing campaign. The last thing I'll mention here is that earlier this month, I had an opportunity to go to Sacramento and meet with our 4 regional legislators. And when I talk about generating funds to support these particular highlights and preliminary plans, I was really trying to be creative. We wrote a letter to each of our legislators asking for in-district funding to support these platforms, software, consulting services, branding, and marketing budgetary asks. That hasn't been done before, so I'm really hitting the pavement here and trying to get creative with as many ways as possible to continue the long-term sustainability of our organization. Sam is not here tonight. He is my other half. We are a small team, but we are mighty. Prayers are appreciated for Sam. He's up in Madera at Valley Children. His daughter had surgery this morning. So he's with us in spirit. But as I mentioned, we are tremendously involved, and we are tremendously invested in this organization and its long-term sustainability, because at the end of the day, Sam is a local. He lives here in Porterville. I grew up in Woodlake. My husband and I live in Visalia, and this is our home. When economic development is successful in our hometown, everybody wins, including ourselves. Thank you for your support, and I'll take as many questions as you'd like.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the report, Erica. I report monthly after every meeting and bring it back to council. It's wonderful that the council does visibly see what it is that is being done for the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. And as inspiring and aspiring as you are, perhaps one day in the future, you'll add more staff to be able to reach out to the communities on a constant and increase your marketing and just a bigger vision and a bigger picture. I personally want to thank you for the information. It's a lot. And now council members can see when I report out how and where it's gathered from. Does council member have any comments? No comments?
I'd like to thank you for the presentation, a lot of great information. I have heard bits and pieces over the months that I've been up here, but just hearing that you guys are as dynamic as you are is great. I'm just wondering, not for too many details, but how are we as a city, as a competitive package versus some of our neighboring cities to bring the people or the prospects here?
Absolutely. I personally wouldn't necessarily compare the city of Porterville to any other city in the county, only because obviously our largest competitor comparatively would probably be the city of Visalia and the city of Tulare. City of Visalia has their large industrial park. City of Tulare is growing theirs. They're both logistically located off the 99, which is a Porterville does have that disadvantage. However, there is the mighty 190 and Highway 198. So there are those advantages. There are other industrial and there are other distributors like Walmart that have located here. I think that the realignment out at the airport, the new location of Eagle Mountain Casino, and the planning along with the city manager and the city council, you guys have really had an opportunity to look at, and you have the foresight of what you want to grow in that light industrial park. And I think that is really the next wave that's coming. At least that's what we're hearing from the Inland Empire and the Bay Area. There's no room to grow in both of those areas. So I think competitively speaking, you're headed in the right direction in terms of the airport, that light industrial, the new casino. You've got Walmart distribution. You've got some fabric distribution here. And I think that when you have those rooted industries, I think it makes you competitive. And I think it's just a matter of telling that story a little bit better, enhancing that narrative. I don't want to compare Porterville to any other city, like I mentioned. You each have your own group of assets, each city does. But I think that there's tremendous amounts of opportunity. Again, we just have to be able to speak into that narrative and place Porterville at the forefront of those conversations when I'm going on that site selector mission and those broker meetings, and we're actively talking about Porterville and tremendous amount of opportunity.
Thank you.
And I just want to add one more comment and again say thank you, but it pleases me to see that there is a representative from Eagle Mountain Casino. I know it was a discussion in one of our strategic plans, and as an outcome, it pleases me that there is and will be representation. I look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Flores, and thank you, council members.
Okay. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. If you are here for the public hearings, items number 12 and 13, please hold your comments until then. When those items come up on the agenda, you will be given the opportunity to speak and comment at that time. I will emphasize that 3 minutes per speaker time will be adhered to so that the City Council in an orderly fashion can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forth under oral communications? You may come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Morales, and I live on 241 Rio Vista Avenue. And I have this group of people with me. ¿Pueden levantar la mano, por favor, los que vienen de Casa del Río? So we have a concern over the safety of our, homes and families. There's about 15 houses on Rio Vista Avenue. And unfortunately, we were affected by the storms. It was a really close call. And, usually whenever I see a river, I see some sort of levee or wall, stuff like that. The river's right behind us. There was nothing like that. It was just dirt. And it got to us really fast. There were 7 homes evacuated. Another 7 homes were close to being evacuated also. My family was one of those families. The water got to my backyard. And as of right now, there's still erosion happening in some of those homes. I don't know what the damage was. As we speak, I have a concrete behind my house, and there's about 1 inch crack between the foundation of the house and the concrete slab. I can put a bar. There's some certain areas where there's about 2 feet, 3 feet without dirt. It's just like a sinkhole, And I'm just afraid once I start breaking the concrete, I don't know what I'm going to find out. And, that's a big concern. I was not aware that those homes, they sit about 10 feet high from the riverbed. And, one of the concerns is that the water is gonna go to the weakest point, and it could go under the homes. The river rerouted itself already. It was more in the center, now it's more along the houses. And we're just afraid, if this was to happen again, that, something bad could happen, to our families, to our homes. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to? We can't comment, it's not agendized, but we have your name and your information. Just leave your contact information with staff and someone will get back to you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Fernando? Brock Neely, address on record. What you're receiving is the information on the last Charter Review Committee cycle in 2013, 2014, including all the information that was on the actual ballot. As you see by the results in there, 5 of the ballot initiatives did not pass. Of those 5, we really needed 4 of them to pass to have our charter in compliance with state law. There are several things in it now that need to probably be reviewed and updated. So I would suggest that we reconstitute a charter review committee. Now, the makeup is up to you guys, but what I would suggest is each of the council members choose a person to represent them, and then maybe 4 people at large from the community selected by submitting an application. Like I say, there's several things there that really didn't pass that really need to be passed. And like I say, that's all the information you need right there as to what went on in 2013, 2014. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed McCurvey, District 4. I want to talk about Lombardi. It is 2023. The school was put in 2013 and began to operate. Some of the money that was allocated from the EIR to put the school in 2006, which was 17 years ago, was allocated for traffic. And I would like to talk about that EIR for a minute because the traffic continues to be a problem. In the EIR from 2006, Castle Avenue and the abandonment at Castle Avenue, which was the throughway at that time that was abandoned in 1985, was mentioned in that EIR 51 times. It is the solution that moves the traffic back to Matthew and back north to Grand. It was the original city plan a generation ago. We still are sitting on it for 17 years. The school board made an agreement with this council years ago to capture that abandonment and reverse that abandonment and fix the traffic problem. In that EIR, it makes very clear that if you use Castle, you don't have to put a light on Lombardi and Westfield, and you don't have to put a light on Matthew and Westfield because the traffic will move off to Newcomb, it'll move off in another direction, and all of that traffic will not be concentrated where it is now, which is a safety hazard. It's taking away some of the resources, and it's causing problems in that area of the city now for 10 years. We knew about this 17 years ago. We need to finish what we started, even though those things were done before this council was seated. We need to make sure that we're following through with those things because there's some money that's allocated in the Brookside subdivision to put those lights in, and the previous agreement was that you wouldn't need to put those lights in if you put Castle through. And there's an area there where Ben Ennis owns that property, and he stood to put in a private area, in a private road. And then now we have gone in and said, well, let's try to put a Band-Aid on the Lombardi issue and build a different S-turn over there, and we're going to pay for it, and Ben Ennis and his group is going to benefit from that. when he sits right on Castle and an abandonment that happened in 1985, we should go back and get that road, and we should fix this problem, and it will solve the areas of traffic over there for everyone in that part of the city. It's long overdue. Let's roll our sleeves up and let's get this thing across the finish line.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Hello, Josh Flowers, address on record. No hat today.
Thank you.
See, I don't have much hair. That's why I usually wear a hat. But anyhow, I just wanted to first come to you guys and tell this council, the city, especially Mr. Meister, Assemblyman Mathis, and Senator Shannon Grove. Thank you all for the work that you put in on that armory. That was fantastic. It was able to help those who have been displaced. And that leads me to my next story. Is this during Easter, I was out talking to some folks, and they were telling me a story about found this guy out here on the west side, closer to the river, and they were talking to him, and he just seemed like he was kind of displaced for the most part. So a gentleman walked up to him and asked him how he was doing, and he goes, I'm doing all right, just looking for a place to live. And so I thought that was interesting, and he goes, oh, okay. He goes, out here? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I just got up here from L.A. He goes, they paid me $1,000 to come up here. So we need to make sure that we're not, start paying attention to that, because people are going to start shipping people our direction, which is going to make our homeless issues worse. Speaking of that, I also told you, I don't know, about 6 weeks or so ago, I was able to tour Main Street, and I chose not to put my children over here at this Main Street gym because of the homeless problem. And I kid you not, a week later, I have an encampment across town over on Sequoia Circle, where we have 300 kids who go and work out on a monthly, within a week or within the month. And it's right next to the gym. So, I, as a parent, am concerned about the safety. So I bring that up because I think we have a very unique opportunity here with the opening of the armory. Because we're helping those who are displaced, we can actually enforce those encampment laws that we have or those ordinances that you guys have. We just have to be diligent. It's not being that we're not caring. It's the fact that we have to take in public safety because the problem's going to get worse if we don't. I mean, we have cities that have failed policies sending people our direction. And so what we have to understand is, what can we do to stay ahead of this? If we try to do it from behind, we're going to get caught off guard. It's going to make it a problem harder. So I encourage you guys to stay vigilant and forceful on breaking up these encampments, getting them over to the armory, and then work with some 501c3s to help get these people reunited with their families. I'll even help you figure out how to do that. I'll go build a 501c3 if we have to. But the idea is we can do this, but we're going to have to be strong and consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Hi, Chairman.
Good evening. My name is Neil Perone, Chairman of the Tule River Tribe, 340 North Reservation Road, Porterville, California, 93257, also located on the Tule River Indian Reservation. I am here on two matters on your calendar. One on the consent calendar, the authorization of temporary overflow parking on city property for the tribe's grand opening of the relocated casino. We are currently there now doing some stress tests, so we have some VIPs there and some membership there that are testing restaurants, trying out different things, and making sure that everything's going to be ready to go for May 9th. The second item is under scheduled matters, the agreement for the provision of recycled water and provisional domestic water for the Tule River Tribe Development Project. I know your staff have been working with our staff. I believe we'd come to an agreement. I have brought with me a resolution of approval that I'll provide to your staff as we depending on your determination today on that matter. But wanted to let you know that we are here, myself and the Vice Chairman, Shai Nito, are in the back to answer any questions when you come to those matters, if there are any, and we look forward to working with you in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. I see the Vice Chairman now. Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward during oral communications? Hi, Scott. Good evening.
Scott Bowler, Porterville Chamber. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out to the Spring Festival this past weekend. We especially want to thank the city departments that were involved in the planning and execution of the event. Thank you to the police department, field services, Parks and Leisure, and Aleta with economic development. The community enjoyed the event overall, and our committee was able to learn a lot so we can make it even bigger and better next year. We'll have a ribbon cutting and mixer with Imagine Arts Center this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. We invite you to join us to celebrate the relocation of their business at 63 South Main Street. Our next First Friday Coffee will be May 5th at 7 a.m. at Galaxy Theaters and will be sponsored by ITC. We also have welcomed another new member to the Chamber, Central Valley Foot and Ankle, and we are excited to have them aboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go on to the reports. This is item for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. We will start with Parks and Leisure Services Commission. Is there anyone to report? Thank you. Thank you. How are you? Good.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Services Commissioner Arlene Pena with your commission report. The annual egg hunt took place at Veterans Park on April 7th. 3 different hunts spanning ages 2 to 9 were held. Over 6,000 eggs and toys filled with eggs were snatched up in record time. A strong number of youth, 76, make up the Junior Pirates track and field team. They are practicing for 2 upcoming meets. On April 29th, the city will be hosting the Tulare County Youth Track and Field Meet from Lindsay High School. The Granite Hills High School track is being renovated. This meet is for ages 9 to 15. The top 3 finishers in each event qualify for the Valley Championship meet in Clovis on May 6th. Arbor Day is April 28th. The annual tree planting ceremony this year will be taking place near the trailhead, close to Highway 65 and 190 at 1 p.m. May 1st makes a big day for Parks and Leisure Services. It is our opening day of the summer program registration for swim lessons, day camp, and youth volleyball. Also, May 1st is opening night at our youth baseball program. Thank you for your time, and this concludes our report.
Thank you. Library and Literacy Commission. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Arts Commission, none. Animal Control Commission.
Good evening, everybody, and I'm always getting this wrong. We did have our meeting on 4/13. Everybody was in attendance. We had the PAC staff submitted all their reports for February, March, April. Everything looked pretty good. We also discussed dart guns for animal control staff because of some vicious activity with dogs and sometimes people. So we thought that might be a good idea. Plus, generally in the news, you've been hearing, first responders can't even get to an animal. Can't get to a person because animals are either guarding or just won't let them go near them. So that was just discussed. It was just talked about, because I know we got to look at other kind of things, but we just make recommendations. And also discussed a lot of staffing vacancies. They're going to get a new person on pretty soon. And they also did confirm that Erica Hedon is now the Animal Services Manager. We're really happy about that. Also, we did have a couple of requests of the council. We are requesting or taking under advisement or recommending that that the name be changed officially to Porterville Animal Services. instead of Porterville Animal Control. It's being used, I think, already internally, and there was a little confusion. I go, you, Porterville Animal Services, Porterville Animal Control. I believe internally, just internally and unofficially, it's being Porterville Animal Services. So I think that would be a great name change, especially with, for the, and also call Porterville Animal Services Commission, Porterville Animal Services Department. Also with that, kind of segue into another area, also we would like to recommend and request the council to consider naming the new shelter after Augie Gonzalez. We're looking at his name, possibly the Augie Gonzalez Memorial Animal Shelter. I think it's well-deserved. I know a lot of the community would be in support of that. And it's a really unique way to memorialize him for, forever and ever, for generations to come. I remember talking to Augie about the animal shelter, and he was so excited. I mean, every other day, oh my God, we're going to get a new animal shelter. So he deserves that. His family deserves it. And I think the community deserves it as well. And let it be a permanent memorial in his honor, because he worked so hard, not just for the animals, but for the people of the community. And that's my report.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you. Youth Commission? No report? No talk? No? Staff informational reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two items that have been prepared. First is your monthly update on water conservation status, which for the month of March 2023 showed a 21% reduction compared to March of 2013. And then cumulatively still tracking at 24% cumulatively savings. And then there was one notice of violation issued and 2 administrative citations for water waste. And then as well as an informational reports provided with regards to this Saturday's spring cleanup event, which occurs twice a year, this one in the spring, and it will be from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Corporation Yard.
Thank you.
I should also mention that there are certain materials that we are not permitted to receive, which at the same time, the county, which carries a higher permit, will have its receiving at the Olive Street Fire Station, where you can submit other toxic materials that we're not authorized to receive.
I have a question on the drought update, or
The water conservation?
the water
That's-
conservation. Governor Newsom issued an executive order in 5/23 that ended the requirement that the state's largest water providers, including the city of Porterville, put in place level 2 of water storage contingency plans. The city of Porterville is currently in level 4. So, as well as ended the voluntary 15% water conservation target. So does that take that 15% away from the 24% that we're trying to?
That was above and beyond, that was already established. So beyond what was already established, there was an additional 15%.
Wow.
So
Okay.
that additional 15's been removed. So, and actually ours was higher than, so the minimum was 20% and we had adopted it 26. And so the additional 15 so it was actually 35. So that temporary 15% is what he removed.
Gotcha, and that was voluntary.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the staff informational? No other comments? Vice Mayor, you didn't have any comments? All right, thank you. We'll move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How does council wish to proceed?
I would like to remove item number 6, agenda item number 6, and to discuss after scheduled matters.
Item number 6, we'll go after scheduled matters, that is pulled. Okay. If there are no noted conflicts or...
There is one, and I think Vice Mayor was wanting to probably
was she?
state it for the
Okay.
record. Or you want me to do it? I can guess. It's probably number 8.
A noted conflict on number 8. Okay. All right, let me phrase this. We have a noted conflict of number 8 by the vice mayor. Item number 6 had been pulled for scheduled matter. Do we have a motion for items 1 through 5, 7 through 11 with the noted conflict? I'll go ahead and make that motion. Everybody else is writing up here.
I'll second that motion.
And we have a second. No further discussion. Roll call vote, please. We have a roll call because the vice mayor's on.
Just before I do the vote, it looked like Vice Mayor Carrillo, are you able to speak?
Uh-oh. Can you hear us?
Can you speak again? I'm sorry, there's,
Yes, I can.
okay,
Can
we
you
got,
guys hear me?
yeah, we got you. Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Meister? Aye. Councilmember Beltran?
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to the public hearing, item number 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 2 public hearings that have been scheduled for this evening. The first is to consider a substantial amendment to the 2022-23 action plan for use of Community Development Block Grant or CDBG funds and program income, and Mr. Wright now will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I've asked Ms. Calderon to provide that staff report.
Good evening, everyone. As an entitlement grantee, the city receives federal formula community development block grant, known as CDBG grants, through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also referred to as HUD. This entitlement provides the city with an annual direct grant to provide decent, affordable housing and a suitable living environment, and to expand economic opportunities, primarily for low to moderate income persons or households. So a substantial amendment is triggered whenever one of the following is proposed: a change in the allocation priorities, or a change in the method of fund distribution, a substantial change which increases or decreases the amount allocated to a category of funding within the city's entitlement grant programs by 25%, or to implement an activity using CDBG funds for new programs that were not described in the consolidated plan, or to change the purpose or intended beneficiaries of an activity approved for CDBG funding. So an amendment for the 2022-2023 CDBG action plan, which was approved on April 19, 2022 by City Council, is being proposed. The funding recommendations for the substantial amendment were made to the city by the city's CDBG Citizens Advisory and Housing Opportunity Committee. The recommendations are based on feedback received through various outreach methods that were conducted, including a community survey, a community meeting, public hearing meeting, virtual and in-person meetings, outreach events, and input provided by partner agencies that serve low to moderate income households. The substantial amendment to the 2022-2023 action plan is being proposed to address projects or programs that could not take place. The amendment would fund a new activity and reprogram some of those funds associated with those activities. So additionally, in order to remain in compliance with the expenditure deadlines, there is a need to reallocate 2017 and 2018 funds from the owner-occupied rehabilitation loan program, and this brings the total of the funds that need to be reprogrammed to $520,335.55. A detailed description of each allocation is detailed in the draft 2022-2023 action plan amendment in section B under proposed amendment details, and it is included as an attachment. So on the staff report, you'll see two lists. The top list is the approved funding allocations, so the original allocations and the original source of funds and the program year associated with each one. The second list is the proposed allocation and the proposed amendment and where those sources were originated from. And so the proposed substantial amendment and budget are also included as an attachment 1. And the recommendation is that the city council adopt the draft resolution approving the proposed substantial amendment to the 22-23 action plan and direct staff to submit the amendment to the 2022-2023 action plan to HUD. And staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Okay, we will go ahead and open up the public hearing. It is 7:45. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to comment on this item? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 7:46. I will close the public hearing. Council, how do you wish to proceed? Any questions?
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes?
I can't see everybody, but if there's no comments by the council, I'd like to make a motion here.
We have a motion made by the vice mayor for
I'll-
staff recommendation.
Yes, to follow the staff recommendations to adopt the draft resolution approving the amendment to the 2022-23 action plan and have staff submit the amendment action plan to HUD.
Thank you. We have the motion made by the vice mayor,
I'll second that.
and we have a second by Councilmember Wyrock. I'm going to call for the roll call vote. No further discussion. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Meister,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next public hearing is a Community Development Block Grant 2023-24 Action Plan, and I have a right line conflict of interest. I serve on the Board of Directors for the Central Family Crisis Center, and presents a conflict.
Noted conflict on behalf of City Manager and Mr. Breidenauer.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you, Ms. Calderon, for providing that prior staff report. So, as she mentioned, we had an action plan as an annual plan. The U.S. Department of Urban Development, also referred to as HUD, and so we'll refer to that as HUD for this evening, so everybody knows, requires that all CDBG entitlement cities, which Porterville is one, to prepare a 3 or a 5-year consolidated plan. Porterville's 2020 5-year consolidated plan was adopted by City Council at its meeting on April 21st, 2020, and subsequently approved by HUD. This 2023-24 action plan reflects the 4th year of investment within that plan and the scope of this consolidated plan. Action plans are required to be submitted by HUD 45 days prior to the start of the program year. The action plan, which was attached to the agenda item, as well as the resolution, identifies the activities that the city would undertake during the next year to address priority needs of lower income households. And all of these activities are established within the consolidated plan, so the action plan fulfills that 5-year plan. The activities are proposed to benefit lower income households by maintaining affordable housing, achieving public housing improvements, removing barriers to affordable housing, evaluating and reducing lead-based hazards, reducing the number of households with incomes below the poverty line, improving job availability, enhancing the institutional structure to address the needs of lower income households, addressing obstacles to meet needs of underserved community, and enhancing coordination in public and private housing and social services. These are what we call national objectives. The action plan presents ongoing proposed CDBG funded programs for the fiscal year beginning of July 1st of 2023 through June 30th of 24. Staff used the recently published fiscal year 23 entitlement allocation in the amount of $739,428 to draft a budget for the action plan, a variety of programs and projects accompanied by the program income generated by the first-time low-income homebuyer program and owner-occupied housing rehab and public utilities program, as well as the business assistance loan program with the applicable contingency language. There's a table on staff report that provides an overview of what that funding looks like, and the funding it looks for the administration of the grant, as well as navigation center operations, some nonprofit homeless outreach, which is Family Crisis Center, HOP outreach, case management for permanent supportive housing, as well as link services, homebuyer education, parks improvement program, multi-sports field improvement program project, which is also included in the parks improvement program, as well as fair housing. On February 16th of 2023, a community meeting was held to bring recommendations and comments from the community before the CDBG Citizens Advisory and Housing Opportunity Committee. On February 28th of this year, the committee held its first public hearing to consider proposed project for the action plan. The committee unanimously recommended approval of the proposed action plan. Public notices were published in both English and Spanish for the aforementioned public hearing. A public notice was also printed in English and Spanish announcing the third-day public comment period, which ends today. No written comments were received from the public as of writing in the staff report or as of giving the staff report this evening. However, discussions did take place during the meetings that were included in the draft 23-24 action plan and AP05 section 5 summary of public comments. As well, through this process, staff had continuous outreach to the community through public. We used social media. We had our community meetings to receive that input. So this is the recommendation put forth by the CDBG committee. Staff has developed for questions. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt the draft resolution approving the 2023-24 action plan and direct staff to submit the 23-24 action plan to HUD. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ridenour. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. It is 7:52. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth and address this issue, this item?
Brock Neely, address on the record. I'd just like to mention Mr. Ridenhour and his staff on all the diligent work they do to make this HUD program work with all the shoestrings that the federal government gives them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 7:52, and we'll close the public hearing. How does council wish to proceed? Any questions, any recommendation?
Question?
Please.
I'd like to echo Mr. Neely's comments just a moment ago. Great report, great data, well-supported. I noticed that the responses are all closed. We had two hearings, one on February 28th and one that closes today. The one closing today, we've gotten no comments. What about the one earlier? Were there any public comments? I saw a list of, I think, 58 people that we reached out, 58 agencies. Any responses?
So we did have communications at the public hearing itself from the community. Some respondents provided input on the access of the funding towards some of the nonprofit agencies throughout town, throughout the community. I have Claudia Calderon, who's here as well, who ran that meeting, to provide extra comment if I'm.
Just so everyone can hear me. Yeah, so at the public hearing, there was only a couple public, people from the public, and most of the agencies that were consulted was offered that opportunity. They provided their comments through the survey.
Through the survey?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions, any more comments?
I'm good.
Everyone okay? Vice Mayor, any comment, any question?
No, just the only comment is echoing the various outreach efforts, the community. I felt good with the, any efforts to get community out input and also the public notices. So I feel comfortable with this.
Thank you.
And I would put a motion out if no one else is going to do that.
You started it, so go ahead and finish it. Place forth your
Okay.
motion.
Here I go.
Okay.
A motion to adopt the draft resolution approving 2023-24 action plan and have staff submit the 2023-24 action plan to HUD.
We have a motion by the Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Meister. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo.
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. And we will now go into scheduled matters as soon as the city manager steps in.
I'm going to go ahead and exit the meeting.
Okay,
We'll just note for a previously disclosed conflict.
correct.
Do we want to take them in other order? Oh, it's too late.
Yeah, on this one. We are now, please, on the scheduled matter.
Thank you,
number
Honor. We have
14.
4 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is consider agreement for the provision of recycled water and provisional domestic water for the Tule River Tribe Development Project. I'll ask the city attorney to provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of the council. Deputy Clerk Fernando here has the latest version of the negotiated agreement between the city staff and the tribe staff. So this is there's some slight differences in technical language with regard to this one compared to what's in the agenda, and this is being passed out actually simultaneously to the public as well. I have it, but thank you. And so with that, I'll go ahead and start as that's being passed out. I'll go ahead and start with the staff report. There'll be some slight changes to the staff. I'll make when I'm going over the staff report as well with you. So what the council has before it tonight is the agreement for provision of recycled water and provisional domestic water for the Tule River Tribe Development Project, otherwise known as the new location of the Eagle Mountain Casino. So the Tule River Tribe is in the process of constructing the phase 1 of the casino resort project within the 40-acre site it owns, and which has been placed into trust near the Porterville Municipal Airport. The tribe intends to construct phase 2 of the casino project within the next 10 years. The current phase includes a casino, food and beverage facilities, administrative space, a multi-purpose event center, and associated parking and infrastructure. Phase 2 plans include a hotel facility, a conference center, and additional event facilities. The project requires the development of an additional water supply for non-potable uses to offset the new demands on the city's water system resulting from the project, which resulted in the parties entering into a development and reimbursement agreement for the development and construction of a tertiary wastewater system facilities. The development of those facilities is nearing completion. However, the facilities will not be fully operational until after the planned opening of phase 1 of the project, which, as was discussed, the official opening date is scheduled to be May 9th, so it's coming up quick. The agreement that has just been provided to you establishes the terms and conditions for the supply of recycled water to be delivered to the project for non-potable use, and sets forth the terms and conditions for the supply of provisional or emergency domestic potable water for that use. The cost of recycled water charge would be consistent with the city's current charges for potable water and would not exceed the reasonable cost of providing the service. I will note that we have a different size line that we haven't had in the past, a 10-inch line, so we will need to adopt a new water rate for the 10-inch line, and there will be some new recycled water rates that are also adopted along with the components of that rate. So there's a little bit of difference here, only in the regard to it'll be how recycled water is handled from here on out with the city of Porterville. But otherwise, we'll be consistent with how the city comes to those, comes up with the rates and charges. So it won't be anything out of the ordinary. Okay, so the current version with the input from the tribe proposes that the additional potable water for non-potable use be available to supplement the project demands in the event the project's recycled water demands exceed the tertiary wastewater facilities capacities. Under any circumstances it'll also be available under any circumstances where those facilities are offline or recycled water, otherwise becomes unavailable, and also during the period that it's actually not online right now, and not fully operational, for a period not to exceed, and this is where we changed a little bit, it's going to be 6 months. We had originally wanted 6, we were kind of discussing back and forth, so that there is a change to the agenda report there. It will be 6 months, and it's 6 months after the May 9th official opening date, which works out to, by the way, to being November 9th. So that's what the agreement now specifies. At such times, the tertiary wastewater system facilities and related facilities are fully operational, supplying recycled water. The city's outdoor irrigation restrictions will not apply to that project. However, at any time that additional domestic water is required for non-potable use at the project, either alternatively or supplementally, the city, actually, really alternatively, the city's outdoor restrictions in effect at the time shall apply to the project. So they have the benefit when they're able to utilize the recycled water for that outdoor irrigation to not have to worry about the conservation regulations that may be in place. As you know, we've had some pretty strict ones in the past. That's one of the benefits of being able to utilize this recycled water facility. So, the agreement also addresses proper water recycling cross-connection controls to ensure the complete separation of the recycled and potable water systems. Because the city, as the state recognized water purveyor for the project, is responsible for ensuring that the cross-connection controls are in full compliance with the state requirements. So you have in front of you, like I said, the adjusted red line. It handles some of those issues. It makes sure that it's clear to the parties that the city would have the ability in the event that there's a health and safety concern to shut off water, just like it has with regard to its other customers, and that we would utilize our same procedures for getting that service back online. It's a continuous agreement. As long as that we're utilizing that system, this agreement would be in place. And with that, I'd respectfully ask that you go ahead and consider and approve the agreement. I do know, as the chairman mentioned from the tribe, that they are here and they are able actually to sign it tonight. If it is approved as is, then the city and the tribe can actually get it signed, and we will have the agreement, fully executed agreement, ready to go. And if you have any questions for me or Mr. Knight, who was very, very helpful and instrumental in getting this agreement, the technical language into this agreement, he's available as well for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your report and the information. And I want to say it pleases me that we have something to look at for tonight's consideration. And I'm going to ask counsel if they have any questions of legal counsel, any concerns, any comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Belcher.
Yeah, we were briefed earlier by Mr. Knight, and it was a great job by you as well to put this all together. Given that this is going to be a large use of water, given our conservation of water, how much does this affect, or do we know how much this is going to be utilizing? While we have this restriction, how much the percentage is going to change? Given that they're not going to be using tertiary water, it's going to be...
Oh, during the time that they're using domestic water?
Yeah.
That would be a good question for Mr. Knight.
I'm glad he's here.
We've made the evaluation. I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, but the direct offset on the short time of use will be a nominal amount of water. The time frame, I guess I should preference the time frame of the TWSF to be operational should be well before the end of August. We're anticipating the TWSF to be operational probably in June timeline. We have about a 90-day commissioning process on that. So there will be testing and running the system, making sure the quality of water is up to Title 22 discharge standards. So it's not too far off. We're talking a few months of operations, and it has been evaluated that the amount of water is very, very small and the result of things, and then the difference that it will make once the plant is operational. And then understanding, yes, the use of potable water on the casino facility will be held to conservation standards as well, going through this interim operational period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any comment, questions? Did you have? Please.
Great job on the agreement. Mr. Knight, the offsets for the swivel L design, I think it's section G, number 3. Are there any, I'm sure there's different codes for the connections for the drinking water versus the recycled water supply line. Is it almost impossible to fit those connections together, or can just any backyard plumber, make those types of serious connections?
So in that process, it's redundancy on protecting the system, both the city system and the casino system. So there is a backflow device separating the supply line after the backflow device that is protecting the city system. So beyond that, the way the configuration works is the swivel L can only be connected one way. So when the swivel L is adjusted from the recycled water supply side, it can only reach the supplemental side. It can never be connected from two sources of supply. So the source recycle supply cannot be connected directly to the potable source in the configuration. So it can only go one direction, creating only one source supply to feed the facility at any one time.
Thank you. And I'm one of those backyard plumber guys that can sweat some copper every once in a while and it'll still leak. That's why I asked this question. And I'm curious when we are delivering or maintaining our own internal water supplies, if there's certain criteria that are met, are there like alarm systems that warn you that certain additives, chlorine, whatever, are above the threshold amounts required in the standards for safe drinking water? Is there, how do we find out, or how do we prevent that from happening? Is there an alarm when we get close to a level of exceeding the requirement?
For clarification on my side, are we talking about the potable side or the recycled water side?
Well, I'm talking about both of them, you know, making sure we get clean water out there and that we get, you know, no contamination coming back. Is there some type of foolproof method to have an early warning that something may be amiss? If, you know, I get called out there to fix a leak in a bathroom, I don't want to connect the wrong pipe to the wrong pipe, you know?
Oh, absolutely. So that's the important part of this whole process, and the importance of communication and a partnership through the development of this facility, and creating those safety measures to identify recycled water versus potable water. We went through very extensive efforts to ensure that all the safety measures are in place. From a potable water quality standpoint, the city water department is always testing the residual samples throughout the entire city every week, testing wells every week. So there's an ongoing monitoring of the water quality throughout the entire system. And then the safety measures that have been put in place through the placement of backflow preventers. And they are not just double checks, they're reduced pressure. So they actually will dump to atmosphere. So they will, if there's any back pressure coming back to the city system, they're designed to break to atmosphere and spill to protect any back pressure or contaminated water being pressed back into the city's operating system to dump, and that would be an alarm as well. The TWSF will be monitored with the SCADA system, providing water quality and dosing information that will be monitored by water staff as well. And we'll continue to work through that. But the importance of this whole process is, and the agreement, and noted in the agreement, is the ongoing partnership and communication between the Tule River Tribe and the city of Porterville as the purveyor to ensure that we are communicating and providing updated information, contacted for any support. I mean, the city is here to support its customers, and in this aspect, the casino becomes a customer of the city of Porterville, and we're here to facilitate any needs and respond to them even after hours or during the regular business hours as a result of any challenges or needs to the facility. But there'll be a continued level of cooperation and education through this process that will help us, be able to work together and manage the risk and the operation of this facility moving forward.
Thank you. And finally, I'd just like to applaud the leadership of the Tule River Tribe, all the stakeholders and key city staff that really worked hard to reach this agreement. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and I want to also echo that. Thank you very much to the tribe representatives, to Carrie's office, to the chairman, vice chairman, and I know the staff that worked hard on this as well.
Unannounced, but online and listening, if you had any questions, is Carrie Patterson, who serves as counsel to the tribe, as well as Matthew McGroney, the general manager, I would say, of Eagle Mountain Casino, and Raylene Clower, who serves as executive director to the Gaming Commission, so, and has served as project manager. So they're also present virtually.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the chairman and everyone involved. We've had a lot of discussions, and I want to thank both legal counsels for kind of steering and having those conversations so that we can get to this point, and I appreciate that. Well, I will be one to say and make the motion that we authorize the final agreement for signature and authorize it this evening. I've made the motion,
I'll second.
and we have a second by Councilmember Beltran. Call for the vote. Oh, we can actually vote, because we can actually do this one. Okay. How come we're, nothing, are we on?
No, you're on, it's just, we're
You
waiting for
turned
all
it
the
off, you
votes.
turned it off? Oh, okay. It passes unanimous with the 4 vote. Thank you very much, Chairman.
And with that, I believe they'd like to go ahead and get it executed now. So if we could go ahead and have the mayor sign, I believe Fernando has copies.
Do we have it? Okay, then I'll sign it. We are taking care of business.
Here, Fernando, do you want, I've got these two if you want to utilize.
Let me
There's
find
2
my-
originals.
Do I sign? Do I have a camera?
She's on camera.
We're signing 2 of them. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go down here and have the chairman meet me over here, and we'll both sign them.
Need the quill pen. And the dipping ink. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Treated irrigation system. No. Is that one?
Yep.
Think like Palmdale, something like that. They walk on the top. Yeah, I just yeah, desert communities. That was, that's a good question.
It's the first dual plumb facility.
That we
in-
forget because
I know they do water testing every day, but is there some kind of mechanism?
It's the first dual plumb facility in Clark County.
Yeah.
Me, the plumber, connecting the wrong sink.
I think I did.
You know what? We've been working on this so long that we forget what a big deal this is, but this is the first dual plumb facility in Tulare County. So, awesome. Oh, yes, today.
All right. Now, we'll,
How about have it put on this?
do we need to get the vice mayor back online for the next one?
Yeah. but
Okay.
The city clerk is getting everything
I
notarized
know, I was
right now.
going to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
Chief Costello, I don't think we're going to make it to 8:27. No, I don't think we're going to make it. But it's the end of the whole meeting. I know, Councilmember Meister pulled an item. We're good?
Yeah, let me. Vice Mayor knows she can.
Yeah, that's the.
It's gonna take a moment for Vice Mayor to come back in.
Okay,
I'll let her know to go ahead and rejoin now.
okay. Do we wait for her, or do we go ahead? Yeah. We can go ahead and go on, and then as soon as the vice mayor comes on, because I know she'll want to participate in this discussion.
She's a
Very-
representative to it.
Yes. She'll want to participate in this one.
And she's coming in.
She's coming back on. Good to have you back, Vice Mayor. She can't hear me, huh?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear each other. It's good to have you back. We are now ready to go on to item number 15 of the scheduled matter.
Thank you, Honor. Next item in order is to consider review of city participation in the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency. This item was continued from the council's previous meeting for continued deliberation this evening. I won't read, essentially provide annotation to the prior staff report. That subsequent to your last meeting, there was supposed to have been a Board of Directors meeting that should have been, had been scheduled for April 12th, but was rescheduled and won't be occurring until this coming Friday, Friday afternoon. However, in that agenda packet is a profit and loss statement that through the prior month, which is an update from your last consideration, that showed an increase of about $180,000 additional deficit is what I would say, for a combined net loss now of almost 4.9 million. And again, this is representative of some drawdowns that have not yet been completed through FTA drawdowns. That being said, however, there was, for example, at the TCAG board meeting yesterday, actions taken on City of Porterville and City of Tulare FTA funds on LTF. And so cumulatively, as is reported at your last meeting, the TCRTA expects about 5.3 million in between LTF claims, like I mentioned, between the City of Porterville and City of Tulare, and FTA 5307 funds within the next 30 days, which would be approximately the end of this month, April, perhaps 1st of May. A lot of conversations, and I can't speak to what the council may have engaged in, but certainly a lot of conversations at the staff level between TCAG, TCRTA, City of Porterville, and other agencies in terms of City of Visalia, kind of what is the destiny of TCRTA as some progress is being made, but certainly lots of headwinds. A lot of conversations between myself and Ted Smalley, Rich Tree, Leslie Cavilla, City of Visalia, and others. A lot of energy to try to ensure that TCRTA is successful. Still, as I shared, a juvenile agency. Now, you're not quite 3 years old. So in conversations with that and kind of faced with the decision that you have, and again, you didn't have to make this decision last meeting, but looking at if under the bylaws, you have to give notice no later than the 1st of May if you wish to exit the to leave the agency as of July 1st. An alternative solution or alternative option has been presented that they do believe that the finances of the TCRTA can be corrected. And I guess part of that is trust and then verify. So it's not believed that well, one thing that could happen very much in the next 30 days before July 1st would be that the FTA drawdowns are accomplished, and as has been indicated, that they would move from almost 5 million in deficit to more, to back into the positive by several hundred thousand. And then also, what is the success of the next successive drawdown? Because remember, you do it twice a year. So this would be the first one that should have been accomplished last November. So if you accomplish this one, how quickly can the next drawdown be accomplished? But again, that's based upon audited financials, which would probably not be until August, September. That's an estimate on my part. So as an alternative, has been proposed that the council could give notice to leave the TCRTA, but make it say December 30th, and or by December 30th. And to allow for additional time for TCRTA to try to correct its financial position to the satisfaction of the city. It was remarked by Chair Segala and been remarked to me by a number of my colleagues how important it is that they wish that the city of Porterville remain in the TCRTA. So you've been a leader in transit, and I think the perspective is that should the city not be a part of this agency, its leadership could be challenging. I will say that on the financial side, a retired budget manager, as I'm told, from county council is coming in on a short-term basis to serve on the financial side, at least to provide some assistance on the finance. I don't have information in regards to what the status is of a search for a new executive director. I'd have to defer to the members what the closed session, what the status is of that is. I'm not aware that it's been announced.
I'm not either. John, Mr. Lawless, thank you so much for the update and the report. And the reason we're bringing it back was because it's a tough decision, and we had to digest and process. I still express concern, but that doesn't mean I'm not, I want a solution. This is what I'd like to see. But we don't know that the person that's coming in as the finance manager, these funds are they're different. When you talk about transportation and how the funding sources come in and how they're allocated and where they go, there's pretty much a stipulation. And the fact that their search hasn't gone out for a new executive director, that's also something that kind of leads me, okay, it hasn't been done. Maybe it has, I don't know. I wish, again, that there had been more communication further back, and that there would have been more support of the executive director who's no longer there. Just my comment. But I also know that it's been a heavy, heavy, heavy conversation to solve the TCRTA and to where it's going to go, because the concept is good. I don't deny that. The program is very young. It's 2020 when it started. But I personally, this is just me and my opinion, because I supported it from the beginning when it was just a conversation in 2016. I supported it when it became the TCRTA in 2020, and I supported it when we went back and they got the additional loan. And something tells me I should have a reservation, but I I would not have a problem of giving notice, but with, you know, with completion of certain things of compliance on their behalf. That's just a comment. I'll reserve any more comment. I just want to engage a dialogue here. And who would like, Councilmember Meister, would you like to?
I have some input. There's some things that I think are flawed, and I'll start with the new members. As far as a new member, there are, for people paying their fair share, we have 4 members in the TCRTA that don't pay any shares, and 3 of them being in since 2020, and that's the City of Exeter, City of Farmersville, and City of Lindsay. And then I don't exactly know when the Thule tribe joined, but they do not pay as of yet as well. And so that's something that I think of, why is Porterville paying the heavier burden of this? And then to go on to that, you know, I know that we're depending on federal money, but we have the Speaker of the House now is talking about making federal cuts. You know, there's a $22 billion cut in our state budget, and I fear that when you look at the rider share of these transits, where will the cuts come? And are we going to be in a position where the cut comes to the TCRTA, right? So with that being said, I think of Porterville and some of the partnerships that we had before we joined with the TCRTA. We had a great partnership with the tribe and a great transit working system, right? And it still is there. We have the guts. Some things that I also think about, Visalia is not in this partnership, but they're still able to be a partner with the JPA. And so my thought is, why can't the city of Porterville do the same thing and still supply great services? I feel like this is almost, and I may be wording this wrong, but it feels like a pay-to-play, excuse me, as far as you have to pay $1.6 million to be able to play. And, you know, we know that it's in a financial rut. It's probably going to be in a financial rut for 5 to 10 years. And really asking for getting, they really need about 7.5 million, not 5, because every year this is going to come back until they get financially set to where it's not doing this. And then when I think of if we do pull out, and John, maybe you can answer this question for me. Does Sierra Management charge a 10% administration fee?
Well, I'm sure they have, as part of their, yeah,
Yes.
I mean, they're a business, they make money.
No, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I mean, if I was an entrepreneur, I wouldn't want to go in business to lose money. Only the government does that.
But to clarify, because the drawdowns haven't happened, and I think this is the carrying cost of lending from Transdev, so Transdev's carrying costs for cash flowing Sierra Management has been at 10%.
Yeah, that one's at 10% as well.
Which is not administrative. That is what they're saying. We're cash flowing you at 10%.
So there's that, and then the administrative, right? So what I'm getting at, and the point I'm trying to make is, that's 20%, right? And so my thought is, if we pull out right off the top, it's a 20% savings if Porterville goes on its own. And those are the points that I wanted to make. Is that incorrect, John?
Well, what I'm going to say is so actually that 10% carrying cost on the cash flow is actually eating into the profit margin for Sierra Management. They don't pass that cost. That's a cost that business is eating.
Paying interest on that, isn't that? They're paying interest?
It's like going to the bank because you can't make but that isn't recaptured costs. It gets passed along to us. That's coming out of the bottom line for the business.
So it's still, so what would the percentage you would say if we pulled out, what would the percentage savings be?
Savings. Well, here's what here I would phrase it. Right now, there hasn't been progress. So we have $9 million in capital projects that are funded through the FTA. There's been no progress made on that because you've been in such a position that everybody else is being brought to so microtransit is an example. You've had microtransit for 4 years.
Love it.
Okay, nobody else has that. So now that's the big push now is that everybody wants microtransit. You've had a transit center. So now there's a number of Farmersville, Exeter, Lindsay don't have transit centers. So now the focus on, we got to get transit centers established. We got to get microtransit, and electrification. Electrification is very hard and expensive. So, just having microtransit, but then the vehicles to be able to support that, again, it's just, there's a lot of capital improvements that have to be done to even get to where you're at. And I think that point was made by Mr. Tree. He said, so we got in this to be more competitive in a grant environment. In large part, and this is to answer your question. If you don't have the grants, then you're paying through it. You're going to pass that along to the ratepayer. That's the easy thing. You just say, well, this is the rate now, instead of pursuing, be it CMAQ grants. We see this in road improvement projects where we routinely go out to get grants. Because the easy thing would just be, well, we have the money, we'll just go do the improvement, but that's a finite number of improvements that you're going to get for that. So, and it reduces the cost. So I guess from a savings standpoint, and I think there within the system, there are ways for us to protect our interests. And I wouldn't say so much savings. There should be savings actually in the TCRTA. And I'll give you an example, because under individual, and this goes back to why this agency was formed, one was just, what's the word I'm looking for? It needed to be integrated. You had different policies. So what's a senior fare? Porterville had a definition of what a senior fare was. So let's say it's $2 a ride. So we say it's 65. Well, county says it's 55. Dinuba says it's 50. Okay, so there was not common terminology amongst all the different systems because you had nine transportation systems, all independent. Now, to be fair, Exeter, Lindsay had kind of a hybrid, I would say, mostly through the county, but you had certainly Farmersville, Exeter, under Visalia's system, and then Dinuba had kind of a hybrid as well. So, but there were not common, and then you didn't have common equipment. And and this is one of the challenges of sometimes being the leader. So we had farebox. We had electronic farebox. Nobody else had farebox. Visalia did a farebox, electronic farebox, but it was something completely different. It's like taking a Mac and a Windows system and saying, okay, you guys need to, well, there may be underlying compatibilities, but how an Apple I'm not good. I'm now seeing where I'm not strong in, which is technology. So, whether you have an Apple phone or what's the alternative? A Droid, right? They're different phones, different programming, do the same thing.
Yes.
How do they talk to each other? And that was and then you had the linking one, which was the county that still took only money. And so you're asking a person that rides the Porterville system to use an electronic fare box, and then you go to the county. So if you want to go from Porterville to Visalia, you had to have two different kinds of electronic payment and money if you were trying to use 3 different systems. So how do you streamline that? Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. How do you have a uniform, for ease of ridership? If we're talking about moving people, how do you do that? And what would have been relied on the last time is, well, we're all going to get along, we're all going to shake hands and sing Kumbaya. And it wasn't happening because there were different, Porterville was advancing. The county was in a different position, and they have a different kind of, they're a connecting system. They're not a circulation system. Right. They call this spoke and wheel, I guess you can say. They're really just like the bike frame to all the different other wheels that turn amongst them. And then we're also under contract with the county to serve their residents. That's a whole nother component of this because we serve East Porterville, we We go outside outside the city's boundary by an agreement where the county provides us a certain amount of their LTF to compensate us for providing the service like a city resident would have as a county resident, so in an urbanized area. So why we got to TCRTA was to try to provide a better rider experience, have a common technology, policies, things of that nature, and then coming to the cost. And it should be, because every transit agency has to do a short-range transit plan and a long-range transit plan, plus its own administrative costs. So if you think about it in a corporate structure, if you take a bunch of companies that all have to do these required planning documents, and they only have to do one, that should be a savings. You have common administration. You don't have to you're not paying six managers, you pay one manager. And so these are the concepts behind the underpinnings of what it should have been. I would say there's been a number of missteps, and one of them, and I've made very clear about this, everybody was cash flowing their own systems themselves without interest. City of Porterville, every county, City of Porterville, City of Tulare, everybody did it. And then once it was somebody else's, well, now I need to make money on this. But in my opinion, that doesn't save money. If you want to talk about where saving money is it's taking it back to yourself, because we don't charge ourselves interest on that. But once it became TCRTA, it was like, okay, now we're going to charge. And now you've got one of the member agencies that says, you know what, I think I can make money on this deal now. I want to loan money, and now I'm going to charge 6% interest on my money. And I go, you've just lost now it's not about the underpinnings. What were the basic philosophical tenets to why this should happen? It was about saving money, not, okay, how can I turn this into an investment fund, which, I mean, there's other places you can make 6% money on, I don't know. So from a saving standpoint, where I would see it individually, and I said this when the whole loan stuff came, I don't understand why we're doing this as a loan. Because the way it works is drawdowns. As almost every other grant you have, you spend the money, then you get reimbursed. They don't give you the money to go spend. You have, and that's one way that they keep you in line too. If I give you the money and you don't do it right, it's hard to claw it back. It's another thing if you don't do it right, I just don't pay you. Yeah. And so, so that's the underpinnings, or I guess the fundamental principles of it. There are, and I do think where there are savings is, and I think this is where, I appreciated the opportunity that TCAG and TCRT and the city representatives had to meet on this, because one of the, and not for lack of other things to do, but knowing that there are these capital improvement projects, $9 million in capital improvement projects, we still have the ability to self-perform those even in the TCRTA environment, because that is really our money. It's that, and I know Ted Smalley would want me to say this. There's a misconception a little bit that, like, let's put all the money in the middle. No, it doesn't work that way. This is all formulaic to the areas that are served. So, I mean, I guess you could do it voluntarily, as the county does when we serve their residents. They say, okay, City of Porterville, we would like for you to provide city equivalent service to our residents, even though they're not eligible for it, and we'll pay you to provide that service to them. We could say no, and they won't have service. They'll probably be here at your council meeting saying, I can't get to Granite Hills High School, from, or to Alta Vista. My kids go to Alta Vista, and I used to take transit, and now I can't take it anymore. So, where was my going in that regard? But from a savings standpoint, so that's what I was going to say with the grants. We can take those, we can self-perform that. In fact, that's the biggest recommendation I got from that recent meeting, which is keep yourself as a grantee and even do your own projects. In this system, we've kind of deferred back to in the transit world, and part of that has been candidly speaking, Rich Tree was our transit manager. He went there, and we never filled that void back with that. So we could certainly do that. And even in the TCRTA environment, we could still do that. And there's other responsibilities that could be assigned to a position like that involve transportation. In fact, that was part of scaling in our department analysis, what are additional functions that a transit manager might be able to take on in the areas of transportation. Airport, as an example. Another federal program, very similar, to, actually not quite as stringent as the FTA, but still under the Department of Transportation. Yeah, refuse, I mean, refuse is basically transportation of trash instead of people. I hate to draw that comparison, that's really what it is. So, so there is that ability for us, even in the TCRTA environment, if we remember, to have more self-destiny on projects. And I guess that's a savings, because the longer you don't do projects, what we're finding is it costs you more. So if we were to say, okay, yes, we need to do an expansion. I know one of them is the expansion on our shop. So right now, if you've been out, we have a shop that's fairly confined. We want to expand it and we service our entire fleet. We service school buses by contract as well. So, so expanding that, because our fleet's getting bigger and we have more moving pieces of equipment that need service. So we need additional space. And part of that is out of those transit funds. We, instead of just kind of deferring that, and that will happen in whatever the timeline TCRTA has, we could take that on ourselves and say, that's a priority, let's get moving on that, get that out to do an RFQ for a designer and get moving on that. So I think, and that is savings, because those are projects, and I know Mr. Tree's on virtually, but I can't tell you, I think he would say, I can't tell you when I'm going to get to those, because I'm busy right now building transit centers where there are none. I'm implementing microtransit, which is more efficient than, and that's been one of the things that the analysis of microtransit did, is one, improving, sorry to be long-winded in this, but just kind of the overarching philosophies of why, of things transit. But for microtransit, as an example, being able to take backing all the way up. So if you're in a route system under spoken wheel, let's call it that, it's a half mile. So when you're looking at where you locate your bus stops, they're within half mile of everything. Someone doesn't walk longer than half mile. They found that not to be a very successful model. Most folks don't want to walk a half a mile to a bus stop. To the bus stop they want to go to, they got to walk another half mile to their destination. It might be a little bit less than that, but theoretically, that's the way that model is set up. In a microtransit, it is I pick you up at your door and I drop you off at your door, and vice versa. Much more efficient, and much more user ridership. Oh, greatly enhanced ridership. So, but then that's gone through a recent challenge. We were with Uber. Uber was obviously one of the early people in this space. And I'm sorry, Fernando, I know he shakes his head. He became unemployed through this process. You were with Lyft, let's be honest. Don't, yeah, you were on Lyft, so come on. But at any rate, well, now Uber is out of the business June 30th. They're collapsing that platform, and so now Via is the new, and this is where Visalia's got hooked in, is because they want microtransit too. They know that to be a more efficient, better rider experience. It saves money and people are happier because they get dropped off, picked up at the door, dropped off at the door. The equipment is more modern and all those sorts of things. But in any of it, that's why and that's one of those things we can do outside of is just like Visalia. It's absolutely correctly, we would still be coordinating. We'd have to. I mean, and it would be in our interest to do so. Just as Visalia is as well. There's really three big systems in Tulare County. It's Porterville, Visalia, and the county. And those are the two big, I mean, if you talk to anybody about Spruce, for example, one of the busiest roads is, and it's a big argument, which way are the people going? Similarly, that's in the world of the transit systems, it's Porterville, Visalia, and the county. And really, because the county is the connecting between those two, that's really where most of the services happen. In job centers, going back to the EDC comment earlier, 5 of the 10 largest employers are in Porterville, in Tulare County. So, right. I was trying to look that up actually when I was there, because that question's, it's kind of remarkable about Porterville. I can't tell you why, but there, 5 of the 10 largest employers in Tulare County are in Porterville. All that just to say, I know that's a lot of, but from a savings standpoint, certainly projects, because project costs are going up. We're going to be dealing with some budget. You know, we put money aside, and then if it's 2 years later, that cost has gone up 10%. So there's certainly savings by us being more independent in that regard. Efficiency, there should be things, and I think that's the plea that it said, see if the plight can be improved over a 6-month, 8-month period of time, and if it can't, then you should be out. Those are the comments I've heard. If we can't fix this ship, it probably isn't going to get fixed in 2 months. Can it be fixed in 8? I don't know. And I don't know. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. You know, part of it's not business. It's just nobody else is situated like you have options that nobody really has, other than maybe the county, where if you have the staff that can do it. One of the other questions is, is that a priority for you? You know, with the work program that's in front of us, is that really something you want staff's attention on? I would say there are those in the organization that enjoyed transit, and they were good at it. So, I mean, but that doesn't mean that's what we should do. So it's really a philosophical question. What do you think is your priority? If it's about saving money, I would say the capital projects is your best vantage point to that. Supporting the local business. And let me talk about that for a second. So if we withdraw from the TCRTA, we would have CR management. My understanding is that they would serve as our contracted carrier for 6 months. We would be allowed that 6 months. And we'd have to do an RFP, which is people are going to bid on what it would be to be that. And we had done that about five years ago, I believe, 5 or 6. I don't know. We went through it. Yeah, you have to do it every 5 years, I want to say, to do it. And so it's so people bid and say, to operate your system, I will do it for X number of dollars. And CRM Management, they're a local company. They've had the best deal, is what I would say. And so that's why they've been with us for 30 years. But they've been competitive. And what's that? Yeah, the competitive, and it's highly scrutinized by the FTA. I mean, this isn't one of those, you know, we talked about some of these things. And so we would have them. We'd have to do an RFP. So there's no guarantee they're the carrier January 1st, because you would have 6 months to do this process and make this. I can't promise you that. I think they'll be competitive. Yeah, 30 years tells me they would be. And they would be in a better, they're in a problematic, because they're a subcontractor to the prime, and specific to TransDev, which is an international corporation.
Well, I guess I'm just doing my own math on the 20% I was thinking we were going to save. So around $300,000 a year is what I was thinking, give or take, 200 to 300, right? And so if it took, 5 years at a low end, that would save us $1 million for roads or painting a building or whatever it is we do in transit, expand on a building. Those are my kind of thoughts. At the same time, Madam Mayor, I take what you said, we are still members in the community, and maybe not pulling out right away, but giving a notice. I would agree with that statement as far as that. But yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff I've picked, and
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just, if there's any more comments, did you have any more comments on this side?
I don't know if Vice Mayor Carrillo, I think she
I'm going to ask her in a moment. Did you have any comments to this regard,
Yeah.
Councilmember Beltran?
So I guess just for the community or members to understand what I'm thinking, as far as a little bit to what Councilman Meister was pointing out of some of the members, or I'd say a majority of the members playing catch up to our community. There's some of the troubling things that I'd seen in attending the meetings is I believe all three of the members that aren't really contributing as much are all building multi-million-dollar transportation centers, and that doesn't feel right. It does not feel good to know that this is a struggling, I don't call it agency or department, and yet some of the members are, I wouldn't say they're treating it like a credit card, but they aren't looking at the bigger picture of that financial issue. I understand that they need the transit centers for their communities, but the scope in which those are being built, I believe, I don't know the numbers in front of me, but they're multi-million-dollar that even their initial budgets don't afford. So I'm not just that those are also members of this committee or this agency, I should say, making those type of decisions. I'm obviously looking out for their best interest. Just as you said, as a whole, it just does not feel good when you look across the table knowing that we're trying to grow together during these growing pains and to see some of those decisions being made. And just, it is definitely a tricky one because first and foremost, we represent our community of Porterville and look out for their best interest, but also being a partner with our other fellow, county members. But that's just, there's a lot of things in those meetings that come out, whether it's the delays in financial statements. There's some other stuff that had, it's all in the public meetings, but just are very concerning as far as my perspective. So I'll just leave it with that.
Thank you for your comment. Councilmember Moira?
I'll be brief. I saw Microtransit dropping a worker at their place of employment this morning, and it made me feel pretty good. I don't know where he rode into his job from, but to just see that transit unit pull in and that worker get off just made me feel pretty good. A few weeks ago, we had a comment from a resident in our District 4 about their informed opinion on our affiliation with the TCRTA, and they thought that we should disband our relationship with them. And I appreciate that comment. I don't know if anybody else has heard from anybody else in our other districts. We have the ability to operate and maintain our own transit system. We have the ability to operate and call for funding and write for grants. We have the ability to conduct proper accounting for that. Should we leave the RTA, will the FTA drawdowns be restricted by Porterville pulling out? I don't know that question of this money coming in. They should still get their full drawdowns. I didn't notice anything in the joint powers agreement that if you suspend your relationship, if you terminate the agreement, that you can't rejoin at a future time.
Yeah, you're
A
waiting.
year waiting period. But I also saw that there was nothing about December 30th. It's like May 1.
No, right, and so,
So it's like now
so-
or next year, or we petition and the board has to approve us leaving.
I'm guessing it's a fiscal year, probably.
so you have to give my recommendation is you give notice.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's my recommendation. Now, that, under the bylaws, that's June 1. And there's nothing that says you can't rescind that between now and
Correct.
and June 30th. So you could take an action and say, John, I'd like to see this back on the agenda the first meeting of June to revisit kind of where things are at. Because by then, as we've been, there should be drawdowns accomplished. There should be financial progress. They should be in the black at that particular time. And then and perhaps an update on what the interim executive director, or is there a recruitment? I mean, there's some deliverables that could be, or expectations to see what progress is made. The other element, and you can see how your colleague cities feel about you. This is always, is that, provide notice, but we'd like to stay and to see how this works. Instead of July 1st, let's see if you can make it work, and we're willing to stay in longer till end of December.
Yeah.
The curiosity would be, do they say, no, you're either you're in, you're out, and then you'll know what your colleagues.
Well, we'll know by.
You would
maybe
know.
Friday.
You would, yeah.
And then my final comment is about the bigger picture, and I know our city is important, and we've got more to give, I guess, to the success of the RTA than some other communities. But, I was thinking about the food supply, and we don't eat the food that's grown in Porterville. Our access to education, our kids can go to school anywhere, pretty much in the world. And, now with the agreement with the tribe joining in, they're working out those agreements and some of the items of, financial contribution, that those are all positive things. And I mean, getting people off the mountain, providing those services to the Tulare River Tribe will continue no matter what. So that was the only thing I really wanted to comment on related to this agreement.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask Vice Mayor for her comment, input.
Yeah, I don't want to stay here all night repeating the same things, but I guess just a couple things. One, the FTA drawdowns is kind of the biggest thing, seeing if that's going to occur and be possible. I understand the concept of wanting to be in TCRTA and, to go after the competitive funds, but if we don't have access to them, then that kind of makes that not really valid there. But in addition to that, there's the other issues of the auditing the financials, lack of executive director and finance manager. I think when the executive director announced that was just added to some challenges that we were already kind of feeling there. So just having those services ongoing, and then now the oversight and development of the agency. So those are all in addition to the financial issues. I think I loved Mr. Lawless's comment about even the potential of seeking that position now for the city, for a transit manager or something like that, just to start moving in that direction. And like we said, I think the city of Porterville has to be our first focus. And maybe even starting to put that kind of in place. So whatever direction we move, at least we're developing strong oversight there with that in mind. But I agree with the thought of giving notice ASAP.
I appreciate your comment, Vice Mayor. And I just want to make one comment. Today I received a phone call from a constituent who is in a wheelchair and wanted to share how she loved the Uber service. And she was concerned that we were discontinuing that because she had heard information on hearsay and that somebody told her that the city was no longer going to be providing services. And I just indicated to her to rest assured that we are transitioning and that one service that Uber would be terminating on a certain date for microtransit, but it will start July the 1st for VIA. And she was happy to hear that because she said Porterville has always looked after their community when it's regarding transportation. And I wanted to put it there. Now I'm going to bring it back. We've had a lot of discussion. We had it last week. We all expressed our concerns. And I want to bring it back to the council with how do you wish to proceed?
Before we, real
Oh,
quick.
go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what the
you and I were gonna say-
provisions of the bylaws
Yeah, I was
and
gonna s-
and the
Okay,
agreement say.
okay.
Just so everybody, I just want everybody's eyes wide open on how
Okay.
this, at least what I understand by the terms of this. So we can, any party can, on or before May 1st, provide that written notice that it's withdrawing. That notice then doesn't become effective until the 30th of June. So what that even though it's not explicitly said there, you could withdraw you could withdraw your notice probably during that time, and you'd be able to sort of affect, because it's really your unilateral action, so you should be able to do that. However, it does become effective on the 1st. So any other time that you want to withdraw, it's possible still to withdraw, but you would need approval of the board in accordance with the bylaws. So that's where John was saying you might be able to negotiate that approval ahead of time for a different time if you're looking for a longer period, but that would be at the discretion of the TCRTA board. So one thing you need to be aware of too is if you do withdraw, that means you're still responsible for your share of all your contractual obligations in a force on the effective date of the withdrawal. So it doesn't get you just doesn't mean you get to stop whatever payments or whatever contractual obligations we have. I don't know what those all are currently, but there might be some. So it is, you have to kind of sacrifice whatever the remainder of those contractual obligations may be. And you remain responsible for anything until all the involved contracts legally expire or until the obligations can be changed or eliminated by negotiations. So there could be ongoing costs still that we have to figure out what those are. So maybe service providers, those kinds of things. So
Yeah,
just be aware of
that gets to that CRM management.
Yeah. So, and then should you withdraw from the transit agency, you're not, doesn't mean that the rest of the agency withdraws, which that makes sense. They still, move on. We become re-eligible to re-enter into an agreement after one full fiscal year has passed. However, that is subject to unanimous consent of the board. So just because you're eligible doesn't mean that that they're obligated to take you back. So you just want to make that clear. And not only that, they could set different conditions, which, I represent JPAs. I know how this works, and you're looking for stability. And so sometimes there are extra sort of, restrictions placed on those that withdraw and then want to come back. So just want to make sure everybody understands sort of what the rules of the road from here on out are in the event that we do decide to stay out. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor,
Yes?
can I ask a question about what Julia just said, just to clarify? So we would have to put a notice in writing by 5/1, and then we would have until 6:30. If anything changed within that period, we could still, I guess, make a decision or change our mind or anything. Is that accurate?
Oh, she couldn't hear me. Yeah, I was just saying, we actually will want to make sure that if we were to decide to withdraw our notice, if you do decide to do a notice to withdraw, we want to withdraw that notice to withdraw. It's confusing. We need to do it on the 29th of June. Because it goes into effect on the 30th. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Julia. I think what makes this frustrating is the timeline to make the decision and the position that we're being put in. Thank you.
Well, that was the concern that we expressed at the last council meeting, was how it was brought to us.
Well, let's put it this
No.
way. I guess it's better than them letting you know on June 30th that things are going to change, because then you have to be here in for a whole year.
Please.
I just
Please.
had a question. If there was a motion that the city of Porterville serve written notice on our intent to withdraw from the transit agency per section 14 of the amended agreement with an ask to the transit agency to approve not a June 30 date, but a September 3rd. Could we go to them in advance and and let them know that, hey, we're like out.
What you can
give
do.
us 6 months
Right.
and not 30 days.
Right, you could author, well, and here's the thing, I mean, you may want to, this is how I would probably recommend you, if the council wants to consider something like that. You go ahead and authorize the notice for the effect for June 30.
Right.
Or a later date should the JPA agree to it. And that way, you've got that ability to actually lengthen it if they allow you to do that. So that's how I would recommend it be done, if that's the council's desire. And then you could set that date. We can
Because
put that alternative date in
this
the
is
letter.
my comment, because that is sort of in the direction that I was leading to. That way we could, if they can't fix it within this time frame, and if they say goodbye, then, goodbye. And if they don't accept what we have to provide them, but to stay in it, to give the notice with the extended date and.
And then, right, the JPA would just need to let you know before June 30th whether they agree to that. Otherwise, you're gonna be in that situation where you may need to pull the plug.
Take our buses home.
Yes. We can all drive the buses. We can get in the buses and bring them and drive them around. How does council feel about that?
I think that was your motion, right?
Moving things right along.
Does council agreeable to this flexibility, Vice Mayor?
I feel better about that, so that we're moving towards some type of solution and to kind of see where we are. But I think it would be good to have, when we come back on this, to look at all the required obligations that we're gonna have if we did leave early. Like, what does that look like with those obligations that Julia mentioned earlier about the costs that we will still be responsible for, just so that we're aware of that ahead of time. That's the only addition that I have.
Okay, legal counsel, I'm looking at you because I need your help
Help on
to
a
frame a
motion?
motion
Okay.
with all of our, since we have a consensus of
Okay,
direction.
so the recommendation from I think me and probably I would say John as well, would be to authorize the submittal of a notice of the city's intent to withdraw as of June 30th in accordance with the section, and we'll cite the section. Or alternatively, and this is where I need with the council's help, what date would you like to utilize as an extended date as an ask to the JPA?
6 months,
So 6 months would be.
12:30.
December,
I think that's fair.
December? 6
Oh,
months?
6 months from June.
Yeah, 6 months from June, I was, 6 months from June.
So effective December 31st.
Okay.
Nothing like.
Correct.
If the, on the condition, obviously, that in accordance with the bylaws, that the JPA approve it. So that would be the recommendation.
Having
And
heard,
along with direction that in the meantime, then we'll bring back, the city staff will bring back the costs with regard to the obligations that are specified in that paragraph that we'll still be
Thank
responsible
you.
for.
What if they deny it and it needing to be done by May 1st?
It doesn't need to be done, you're going to send your notice, you actually will then buy time until June 30.
correct.
Okay.
But you're right, they may say no.
Correct.
It could say
And then
no.
and then you know.
And we'll be back here talking between now and June 30 about
Okay.
what you want to do at that
Thank
point.
you.
Yeah.
That was a wonderful framing of a motion, and I'm going to echo.
Move for the
legal
recommendation?
counsel- Yes, I'm going to echo legal counsel's motion, and I have made it.
I second it.
And we have a second. No further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. All right, it is 9:09. We're going to go for a 10-minute break and resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is status and review of declaration of local flood emergency. Since your meeting last Friday, I guess that's kind of what city staff has continued to work with county counterparts in development of a memorandum of understanding as it relates to the provision of shelter services that are occurring in support of the temporary evacuation point and shelter. There is an agreement, and it essentially codifies what is currently existing there in terms of divisions of responsibilities between the city and the county and the provision of that. And I want to underscore a couple points to this. And this has been through support from Cal OES with the American Red Cross continuing to serve in that capacity until next Tuesday. And as I shared with you last Friday, we working on a memorandum of understanding with the county, codifying what has essentially been established by principle in division of responsibilities, and most notably, and this was an agreement that became effective April 11th, I would say. So though approved, the Armory use license agreement was approved last Friday, it essentially was retroactive back to April 11th when it became in use because we were operating what's called VOCO, verbal orders of the commanding officer. So, so essentially, the MOU that is being worked with now is to codify those things. The one difference that would occur, so a couple of things. So Red Cross is going to leave next Tuesday. The county has submitted a letter to the attention of the director of Cal OES seeking continued support for the identification of the Armory as a temporary evacuation point and shelter. The response of that has not yet been received by the county because the county sent the letter and asked for a response. That letter was transmitted on Friday, and as of just before I came into this meeting, that response had not yet been received. So I think there's a sense, and a lot of this is dependent upon FEMA, to what extent they identify this as an emergency, and this is very unique, and I said this last Friday as well, is that this isn't, we're kind of at halftime in the game. We had the first half, and there's recovery from that, and we're taking fluids, and a bad analogy, but we're not at the moment, but it is expected that will be coming. And that's the second half of the game. And so we're in this lull period, and the request essentially is as long as FEMA identifies this as an active incident, an emergency, that there's a level of confidence that it will continue to be supported. And even though Red Cross may leave, if the State Department of Social Services continues to treat it as an emergency and in need of a temporary evacuation shelter, then the county would take on responsibility of serving as the shelter services in lieu of that. In that exchange, then the city would become responsible for secured 24-hour security. And right now that's being provided by the county, which is a reimbursable cost. If you really, sometimes these conversations, who's responsible for doing what, in the end, if it's under emergency order, then these costs are reimbursable, hopefully for 100%, but likely at 95%. So we do have existing security contracts that we can utilize. So that's, I would say, the one fundamental difference in the MOU that's being addressed right now is who's responsible once American Red Cross leaves, and should Department of Social Services continue to find the need for the TEPs, then the county would, with its personnel, provide shelter services instead of the Red Cross, and then the city would become responsible for providing the 24-hour security. There is a possibility that there may be a hybrid that comes back where it is just, and as was originally reflected in the first Armory agreement, of a 12-hour operational period, which would be 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and that's consistent with some existing what's called the winter Winter Armory program down in the LA area, which armories are open essentially as warming centers between October and March. So I would say that's the best information I have as of this meeting. We haven't heard back from Cal OES. We've, I would say with the city attorney's help and working with county council and then city staff with county staff, basically codified in writing what the understandings are for responsibilities in that. And I would say, and here's what I would, if we hear back from Cal OES that they're not going to do that, I would think the need for a special meeting maybe for the council to determine what its interests are, because I do not believe that the county will provide shelter services if it is not found to be supported by the state. Basically, reimbursement wouldn't be there. And so we would have some hard decisions to make, I would say. So that's what I would kind of stay tuned.
Yeah, so just to kind of sort of summarize what we'd be asking for tonight. So I want to make it clear, we don't have final approval yet on the language from the county, although we've been working on it for the last several days. So I think we're close because they're aware of our changes to the proposed agreement that they put together, which were really as to form, because we wanted to make it clear that both parties wanted to have it clear that it's a services agreement, a memorandum of understanding concerning the services that the county's providing, and then what each party's respective responsibilities are. So I just wanted to kind of cite to you what the agreement would say, because what we're going to ask tonight is that you actually authorize John to sign this once we have agreement, is not contingent on legal counsel approval and staff's approval of these things. And presuming and I don't think there's going to be any major substantive changes, since we did not change any of the division of responsibilities that was provided to us by the county at this point. But at any rate, what it does say is that the county would agree to provide at its own expense, and the city would agree to receive at the premises 24-hour for now, and we are agreeing that could change by agreement of the parties, staffing at the premises. The county would provide logistical support, shelter staffing, and meal support in conjunction with the California Department of Social Services and/or the American Red Cross. They'd additionally provide social assistance via case management services, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. The county would also provide 24-hour security for the first 14 days. Now, this does go back to April, so then thereafter, the city would be responsible for the security services. The city would provide at its own expense during this period, as I said, the security as specified. We would also provide animal care and shelter for the residents of the premises, including kennels and food. The city would provide laundry, bathroom, and shower services for the residents of the premises. City would provide janitorial services. There is some level of county responsibility with regard to the areas that it's utilizing for providing its services, but then the ongoing janitorial services would be the city. We would keep on-call a maintenance technician that would be able to respond to our maintenance needs. The term of this agreement, as it currently stands, is only purported to be for 60 days. So, and they would be the county, and so I wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. That's what they were proposing. And which means it would run through June 10th, because again, it goes back to the April date. And the county will also be reviewing it at the 30 and 45-day mark to see if it's what's needed. I would imagine that if services are needed beyond that, we would then be negotiating an extension or potentially. So it actually, I'm okay with the term, because I think we're going to need to we may need to reevaluate and see how it's working. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. As I said, we'll have maintenance responsibilities with regard to, preventative maintenance, upkeep of the premises, parking areas, sidewalks, grounds, building improvements, equipment and fixtures attached. We also make sure we reference that anything that we agree to with the county has to be consistent with our agreement with the state with regard to our use of license of the armory, so that there isn't any kind of activities that could happen there that aren't supposed to. The city would be responsible for cleaning the restrooms. And I think that pretty much takes care of everything. There's language in here to account for what happens if there's an emergency and how we're going to interact with each other. There's permission to allow each other to enter onto the premises with regard to the responsibilities. And then the rest of it, there's a lot in here that relates to, like the federal clauses that we have to have in the contract because FEMA's involved. So I think that pretty much sums up the the major parts of this that you need to be aware of. We did not have any, issues with, we're both agreeing to mutual indemnification, and nobody had any issues with that. So with that, I'd ask that you go ahead and authorize, John, once we do have a final agreement, as long as those things remain the same, we don't have any major substantive changes, that we can go ahead and have that agreement go into effect so we can expedite this. I believe the county has already given their administrator the ability to enter into the agreement as well so that we can get this thing going. Thank you.
Can I make a couple of other on that? So in regards to the shelter, most recent information shows, so there's those that have been registered, and then there's a daily census as to who is there over evening. There's a term, midnight. There's a count, a midnight count, but there's it's on the tip of my tongue. It's a midnight count. At midnight, there's a final count. So there's 31 that have been registered through there. The midnight count last night was 18. So I don't know. That was what the midnight count was. There's a term. So I would mention that SOFIMA is very active in the area right now. They are right now working. There was a disaster report center. I think it's called DRC or something to that effect. That's been established in Farmersville, where the county's fire administration used to be housed at in Farmersville. That's now set up as the permanent location in Tulare County for that in Farmersville, where folks can go to. And then they are doing mobile centers. It's in Lindsay this week. It will move to Springville. I'm sorry, it's in Lindsay this week, it's moving to Woodlake next week, and then to Springville the week after. And they're spending a week in each of the most impacted areas in Tulare County, and that's a FEMA activity, and this is focusing on individual assistance. So this is, and as I shared with you on Friday, Tulare County is unique. Only Tulare County and Monterey County have this three boxes, which is individual assistance, public assistance, which applies to municipalities and counties, and then hazard mitigation, which is the third checkbox. So one of the changes that has happened is a number of EOCs have closed. Right now, only the county EOC and the city of Porterville EOC are still in operation. The county EOC is going to move to what ours is. Ours is soft. We call it a soft. So we don't have people in the EOC right now. But every day we brief. There's action plans that are developed, and is there any logistics that need to be done, and any materials that need to be requested, things of that nature. Certainly, shelter and care has been a big part of that recently. So. And then the county is transitioning this weekend to soft. So instead of them being in their hard EOC, they're going to transition to, just as we are, more in a soft environment. But the importance of that is that it's much easier to go back to hard if you need to, as opposed to not having it open and then having to reopen. On that. The council was kind enough to adopt a resolution at its April 4th meeting, which made use of the Catastrophic Emergency Reserve Fund, and there's been two expenditures that have come up, and that they're in excess of $5,000 under the, so under our municipal code, the authority of staff is $5,000 unless an emergency, in an emergency and necessary expenses as approved by the mayor. So, and then we bring these back for ratification. So there's been two things that have exceeded that, which has been water rescue equipment in the fire department, which was $6,417. And then there's been a 30-day rental of 2 mobile shower restroom units for $13,151 for the Armory TEP, given that the facilities, restrooms, and showers were not ADA compliant. So those are the two expenses that we have right now that would come from that emergency. I'm looking at Marie in the back, but she's not. But I believe both of those expenses would be coming out of the Emergency Catastrophic Fund. And the likelihood of reimbursement would be very good on the mobile showers and restroom units, given it's an identified TEP. On the water rescue equipment, and this became necessary because of all of the activity that our staff, for example, at Rio Vista, so that was all under the constant supervision of fire personnel to ensure their safety, so they were geared up and equipped. And because that was such a number of operations that were going on, found it necessary to have a second set of gear, because we were doing multiple shifts, and they were all working overtime. So making sure they were all, so they had water helmets, vests, and their throw bags, I guess, kind of a fancy lifeguard ring. I don't know what but it wasn't a ring. It's basically a bag that you hold on to, and then you can pull somebody out of the water with. So that was to outfit another shift with that. So with that, the staff recommendation would be that the council receive the report of status and review the declaration of local emergency and determine that its need is continued to that said declaration, and then ratify the emergency expenditures of $6,417.70 for water rescue equipment for the fire department and $13,151 for the 30-day rental of 2 mobile shower and restroom units for the Armory temporary evacuation point and emergency shelter. I will tell you, there's another item that we're working on. It wasn't ready to, we're still working through the acquisition of it, but it's a large pump on a trailer. I just know it's good size pump on a trailer, and it's like $70,000. So, but those funds haven't been expended yet, but I wanted to make you aware that there's invoicing and those sorts of things that are going on it right now. So with that, that's staff's recommendation and report. Happy to answer any questions.
So do you want me to frame the motion?
Authorize MOU.
That's okay, I can help you. Okay, she's got it. Okay.
I make a motion that we have received the status of the report and that we continue said declaration and ratify the expenditures that were explained to us this evening, in addition to authorize the agreement to be signed by the city manager upon legal counsel approval for the MOU.
You got it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
I got it.
I second that motion. That's what you were wanting, right?
No further discussion. Let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Meister,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Yes, yeah, I was just going to go. So our final scheduled matter for this evening. Yeah, so item number 6 on the consent calendar, which is now scheduled matter, is intent to set a public hearing and consider annual adjustment of fees by application of the engineering news record cost index. Item was pulled at the request of Councilmember Meister. Happy to answer questions or provide the staff report.
Well, the reason why I pulled this item is for sewer connection charges, and water connection fees. Through these annex process, we've seen constituents coming in and complaining about the amount of dollars it costs to hook up to the city. Now, I'm not suggesting that we should be doing it for free, but I also think it's wrong to charge people for the future acreage of the property they own for development when they may not have an idea of what they're doing with that property at that time. And some may never live to actually see that property be developed, so I find it that it's unfair to charge them for that. And so some questions I have, and I developed this after our meeting yesterday, John, so, and it might take Javier, hopefully, there he is. Okay, so what does it cost per hookup, like from the connection for a 6-inch or an 8-inch piece of plumbing for sewer connection? Not the acreage, just like that one piece of plumbing for that hookup at the street. What does it cost the city to do that?
Just construction-wise or connection fee?
Well, the connection fee kind of adapts off the reference acreage foot, right? So what I'm asking is just what does it cost just for that piece of that plumbing to be there? Yeah, the construction cost.
The construction. So typically every residential home gets a 1-inch water service. We've seen a range of anywhere from like $1,500 to $2,500 per service. And then the water meter costs on top of that, which is another, again, there's a range $500 to $800. So in total, we're talking like $2,000 to $3,000
Okay.
per lot.
And then what do you think it would cost for sewage? I know we're talking 6-inch, 8-inch, and I wish I'd have gave you more time to prepare for this question.
Yeah, no problem, Councilman. So typically, for sewer, they get a 4-inch lateral. If the cover is shallow on the sewer line, then we'll go to 6-inch to run it flatter. Pipe cost isn't too different, but on average, I'd say a lateral cost is around the same as a water service. It used to be cheaper, but with plastic prices just escalating over the years, it's the same, like $1,500 to $2,000 per lot, per lateral.
Gotcha. So if we were charging $3,000 per hookup fee, that would cover our costs as far as the construction? Give or take. I know we're just throwing numbers out. It's just.
Yeah, like 3,500 to 4,000.
Okay. So and here's another question I developed. As far as grant money for doing the sewage projects, what would you think the percentage is being funded by federal grant monies?
For sewers, there would be none.
None. So is there grant money? So this is all on city?
You're too big of an agency to qualify for many of this. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, there's under USDA programs, which is for communities 25,000 or less.
Okay, well, that answers that question pretty easy, right? So, okay, what I'm getting at is I've sat here and I've seen people complain because they live on 5 acres, but they have a single wide trailer that they're paying $30,000 for one hookup. And I think that we should amend the way these fees are done so that they are charged per hookup. So if someone does have 5 acres and say we charge them that fee to hook up that one trailer, and then one day they try to build 5 more homes on that 5 acres and we charge them for each one of those homes, or in the sense of not charging someone for projected projects that they haven't done.
Correct. And so there's a little disconnect with how we have done things in the past to the situations with the sewer annexation project. So with the sewer annexation projects, they are assessed the full acreage fee, and that was determined to be able to spread the cost the fairest way possible. You could have an average of 6,000 square foot lots, and then you might have an 8,000 square foot lot, a 10,000 square foot lot, and the fairest way to divvy up the cost would be to just be proportional to their area. Now, what you described, Councilman, is how we have assessed fees in the past. This goes back to the early 1990s in that we didn't find any council ordinance or resolution or even a departmental policy on this, but it came from several city engineers ago that to take into account exactly what you're describing, and that say somebody has let's just say even a 2-acre parcel, but they're only building a home and it's only, say, 15,000 square feet. The engineers in the past said, we're going to cap fees at 15,000 square feet whenever they're not intending to fully develop the whole parcel. And so fees are assessed just on what we've called an estate-sized lot, which is 15,000 square feet. And only until such time other portions of that property develop or get subdivided further would we then assess new fees for those units that develop.
Sorry, my mic isn't on. This is actually, so just so we know what this item is, this item is actually just to set the public hearing to consider our regular, we actually have a built-in cost escalator for these fees that's not technically legally required to take a cost that's a previously adopted cost escalator on a development impact fee to a public hearing, but we do it. We've agreed with the Building Industry Association to do this so that we've continued to do it. That being said, I think what I would recommend is you're going to want to set the public hearing, and then you can actually, if you want to consider potentially looking at changes, that public hearing time would be a good time to talk about that. And in the meantime, city, we could look at all options for how other jurisdictions, municipalities may be dealing with this issue. Just because I know that, we have to make sure, it's always a tricky thing. I mean, we want to make sure that we're charging the cost of the impact so that we don't have a situation where we create a kind of an unfairness because, you do one thing for one group and then you got others that want to say, well, what about us? And so we just need to make sure that we've looked at all the issues, but we can do that.
You're saying like to the people that we've charged this way in the past, and then we're changing. I got you.
It doesn't mean you can't change it, and I'm not saying you can't, but I think that tonight is just setting the public hearing for considering the escalator. You're not approving substantively any change. You're just basically approving moving forward with the process, which is a perfect opportunity because that's in that process is when you can potentially make changes or decide that you want to do something different than what the staff normally recommends in this case. So, and that way, and it's a public hearing, so you get public input.
Well, I was trying to get out ahead of that. I did see that this is to go to a public hearing, but I was trying to set groundwork to maybe change these things before that public hearing.
And Julie and I were kind of sidebarring over here, just talking about, this is, and Javier said, I mean, this is 30 years of history, and I would say the council's direction in the past has been to do more than the minimum here, because and there was a lot of developer pressure, not on, BIA. That is the developer saying, we don't want high fees, keep fees low. So this has been this. Now, but what's happening is technology's changing, and so previously, I'm familiar with some that have said, if you have, because typically your use of your water and sewer is out of your bathrooms. So so there may be standard through a kitchen, but then number of bathrooms. So if you have a certain number of bathrooms in your house, your fees are going to be more because and that acreage fee goes to production. So you're paying your cost proportional share of some well to provide you the source water. Because your alternative is you're putting a well in the ground to serve your house. So beyond just the hard costs of providing the pipe, you need to pay your proportional share of a $3 or $4 million well to serve the system. So I think there are other ways, but when I talk about technology, where things are going now, and part of this is, I'm going to trust you that you're not going to develop, because if you think about it, the bigger, Javier said, 8,000 or 12,000 square feet, you probably got to have a pretty big backyard. I know I've seen some pretty elaborate backyards and landscaping and those sorts of things, and they're going to use more.
Put a pretty big pool in.
Yeah. So, and kind of you know, they're going to use more water. And so your share of that well is going to be more than the person that's on a 6,000 square foot lot with no pool and not a big backyard. You're just not going to use as much water. So how do you calculate, what's the fairness principle on when I say fairness, you're paying your fair share of what that source water is to serve your property, in lieu of having a well that's serving it, which you'd have to put in the ground. The other part of this, but the technology's changing, and under Sigma right now, I know Councilmember Wyrock could tell you this, there's satellites now that are looking at, you know, they can tell you on your property how much water you're using. Yeah, that is Sigma to it right now. What is irrigated? Yeah, I'm just saying. Mike Knight and Councilmember White are going to tell you, the satellite imagery is telling you what is under.
My thought is just, I think it's wrong to charge someone that is living in a trailer on 5 acres, the reference acreage fee, when he's never gonna, you know, he's 85 years old and he's never gonna develop the land. He's gonna die before, and then he gets this, all of a sudden, a lien on his property, and it devalues his property, right? And so that's my point with that being, and that's why I brought it. And I thank you guys for your time.
No.
Yeah. That's a good
And
point.
I think if we build the infrastructure for future development in the background, we eat that cost, but the hookup for that sewer to that parcel, to that little unit, should be minimal, and not for the future general plan.
We'd have to figure out a way to kind of
development of
capture that
area.
as the development
Or
happens
maybe a
on the
square foot
parcel.
of
I
pipe at a
understand what.
certain diameter from a depth in the road to the house, I don't know.
Well, actually, this is all going to get figured out really, because you know, everything, we are under requirements. I mean, and you're going to be in this, that all of your water use is going to be monitored. Those are the regulations in place to what is indoor water use and what is outdoor water use.
And where's the purple pipe going with the next sewer annexation
Yeah.
location? Okay, thank you.
Well, I can appreciate all the comments, and I believe we probably need to have more of this discussion when the public hearing is.
Yep.
So I make the recommendation that we continue, that we set the public hearing for June the 13th pursuant to Government Code Section 66016 to consider the implementation of the city's impact fee, ENR cost.
I second.
And we have a second by the Vice Mayor. No further discussion. Call for the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now go into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. And we will begin with Councilmember Beltran with the Link Committee.
Let's see. So the Porterville Link Committee met on April 4th over Zoom. There were 24 participants. Brief introduction, minutes from March 1st meeting were approved. Budget report was given. Only one expenditure of $247.88 for pet services. Left a remaining balance for the Link Committee at $3,268.87. No one was available to give a Welcome Center update, which is usually how many people they feed, which is generally for the last few months have been 80 to 100 people. Given the recent evacuation order and increase in services needed at the Porterville College due to those evacuated along the river, services were provided at both locations. Claudia Calderon informed the participating agencies of private funding available for clients that may be not from the area who are looking to reconnect with family or support, and that arrangements could be made. KTHA gave general numbers with follow-up email to be sent out for specific agencies with all the services that were provided. That was an ongoing request from the Link Committee of who is there and what services are provided, and I'll be happy to, I didn't bring extra copies with me, but I'm happy to email all of you. So you just see or aware of the services that are there during these Link events. The Link Committee also addressed goals Some of them were phone service providers will be contacted. Laundry service was another issue that was being utilized at the evacuation center. We understood that was separate, but it was just something that was brought up from other committee members. 5 cosmetologists have signed up to offer haircuts as a regular service. And we are in the works of contacting optometrists to provide glasses and eye care. Meeting styles were looked at. We agreed to continue Zoom meetings for convenience for those not located in the Porterville area. A subcommittee was formed called the Steering Committee to help identify goals and network to facilitate organizations and plans to bring to the Link Committee. That committee will be meeting in person. The first meeting was held on April 12th at the Porterville Area Coordinating Office. This meeting identified services like street medicine, which I will be meeting with 5 physicians and a coordinator this Friday in Visalia. Street medicine can range from basic health care to mental health and substance abuse treatment. Other goals to bring to the Link Committee were clothing assistance, bike repair, hygiene kits, food distribution, and shower and restroom needs. Each of these goals will be brought to the Link Committee and coordination to address each item. The next Link Committee will be held on May 3rd at 3 p.m. over Zoom. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much for that report. Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. We met Thursday, April 6th at 2 p.m. here in the council chambers, opened up with public comments and some announcements. One announcement in particular, the Eastern Tule GSA is pursuing hiring a financial controller, and there's a finance committee that's working through that agreement. We went through the consent calendar, which included the approval of the March 2nd meeting of the board, approval of ratification of the bills paid, and the approval to pay some bills, and then approval of the independent auditor's report and audited financial statements for the year ended June 30, 2022. Very thorough, very detailed report from the auditor. We moved on to a staff report related to the annual report submittal. Every year we have to issue a report to the agencies, and we added a section 7, which had to do with groundwater levels and wells. We started tracking, the agency started tracking wells in 2020, and recent data is being compiled related to that. The current year is not reflected in the levels that were reported, nor is the storage. We do quality checks of the wells, the groundwater wells. It was last checked in 2022, and the wells will be tested again by June, or beginning in June of this year, making sure that they are at or below the minimum thresholds for different types of things that shouldn't be in the water. We then moved on to a report from Four Creeks on Eastern Tule GSA accounting and invoicing. We had some information about basin safe updates, more than 17,000 accounts now. They added about 400 acres, so now there's almost 135,000 acres in the program. About another 200, there's a total of 79,500 parcels, I believe, that are enrolled, which is up 200 from the previous reporting period. 238 accounts have opted out for a total of 2,300 acres. The bills went out for the current year, and payments are starting to come in, bills north of $2.8 million. There was some discussion about an agenda item to issue a letter of support to Assemblyman Devin Mathis, and another letter of support for State Senator Shannon Groves. There's general support amongst the board of directors for most things water, and the committee, the board decided that they'd like to see the bill advance through the different committees a little bit more so we get tighter language, or language that might be more reflective of the final vote, so that we could then write a letter in support of those items, including, there was one more letter to Assemblymember Devin Mathis as well, and Shannon Grove. We moved on then to some outreach efforts. We had a good report from our general manager, just doing a lot of outreach to the community. A lot of people showing up. In March alone, there was like 57 different participants in 2 meetings. Porterville Chamber of Commerce received a report in March 30th of this year, and they worked really hard to meet the needs of the community by providing information of what's going on with this agency. There was a report on the stakeholder committee. It met on March 23, and they approved the meeting of the stakeholder committee meeting that happened in January. There was a presentation from Land IQ. It's regular and ongoing about the development of different policies and policies related to the subsidence management zones. We talked about a couple other things. There was a report from the Finance Committee. There was a draft report that was approved at this meeting, which, again, was the independent auditor's report. They liked it, and that was approved unanimously. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that. The next one is the AB 1234 training. Both the vice mayor and I completed the mandatory 2-hour ethics training. Legal counsel provided us with the refresher for elected officials and staff with regards to ethics and public service, the laws and the principle, the ethical and the unethical conduct, personal financial gain issues along with examples, laws, bribery, disqualifications, income interest, FPPC changes, penalties, perks covered under the broad spectrum to Form 700, what to report, penalties, no free transportation from carriers, no honoraria for speaking, prohibited personal use of public resources, transparency laws, the rules conducting business and open meetings, social media rules, agenda requirements, public input, fair process laws. Vice Mayor, would you like to add to that? No?
No, you covered it.
I was paying attention. The next one is the Tulare County Water Commission. We met on April the 10th. The recorded minutes of March the 13th for the Water Commission can be found and are located on the website. They will no longer be brought to the Water Commission meetings for commission approval. The link is tularecounty.primegov.com. Katie Havens provided the Water Commission with a presentation on the Source Community Drinking Water Program. It is related to hydro panels, which look like a solar panel, but instead of electricity, it creates clean drinking water. The hydro panels use the sun to pull pure water vapor out of the air and convert it to clean, mineralized drinking water. I felt as though that was a science project. She indicated they have serviced homes in Allensworth, Rich Grove, Alpha, Tipton. There were a handful of panels in Porterville and Early Mark. During her presentation, she made reference to the Navajo Nation, the erosion and access to drinking water. Many of the Navajo homes have no electricity or drinking water, that 40% had no water. She highlighted on the partnerships in the Navajo Nation for the installation of 32 hydro panels. A nonprofit has donated the clean drinking water systems to support people in the Central Valley. Most of Tulare County falls within the agency, and it would be for the installation of 2 panels. If you are interested in knowing more about the program, you may reach out to Katie Havens, who is the California director at katie.havens@source.co, or call her at 858-254-4570. SB 552 update, staff would be meeting with the consultant this week. Drought update regarding the California executive orders and California proclamations. These documents can be located at www.gov.ca.gov. Drought and project funding update. The information that was provided is from January 1 through March the 3rd. Well permits, there are a total of 116 broken into categories. Under construction, domestic, there are 33, community 3, agriculture 46, industrial 0, dairy 1, destruction 27, other 6. There are 333 tanks installed and receiving hauled water. In the bottled water program, as of March 1, 2023, 1,083 households transferred to self-help enterprises. There are approximately 1,672 households who are enrolled, 275 of which are drought-related, 1,397 contamination-related, 1 is on a pending and on a wait list, 5 are drought-related, and there are applications received per week, 5 of them. The program challenge for this reporting period were that pumps were flooded and the response is being triaged. With regard to the legislation update, the committee met on March 22nd. 2 new bills that are to be watched are AB 62, the statewide water storage expansion, and AB 66, water storage permit approval. The next legislation meeting is scheduled for April the 26th. Staff provided us with the updates for Sigma, commission vacancy, commission requirements, and who completed the AB 1234 mandatory ethics training. Future agenda topics, it would be mosquitoes with regard to water. The next meeting is scheduled for Monday, May the 8th, 2023. After this meeting, I approached Katie Havens because when she mentioned that some of these units were in our area in Porterville, she said that Porterville had 34 homes that have the panels through the program, and they are located in East Porterville. Some are spread across the Westfield area, West Porterville, and the Scenic Heights area. It's because I didn't know that they were here, and I wanted to know, and she provided us with information. So that concludes my Water Commission report. The Tulare County Transit Authority meeting has been rescheduled. Okay, the police officer swearing in. I want to say congratulations to the officer who was sworn in on Thursday, April the 13th. It was an honor to support and be in attendance to watch the officer have his badge pinned by a family member. In this case, it was his grandfather. Then being sworn in, to meet him personally and his family. It was warm-felt to watch his young daughter present him with a cutout of him and her and give it to him during the presentation. She was so proud of her father and just was beaming. Congratulations to Mitchell Gonzalez. And I want to say thank you to this officer who chose to protect and serve all members of this community. Councilmember Meister, you were present. Is there something you'd like to add?
I just second what you said, and it is a great honor to support our police and this new officer. So thank you.
Thank you. Calvan's board got canceled, the meeting canceled. The Bryant Water.
Kinda.
Go, yes, go ahead. I'm moving right along.
Kinda. They ended up having a meeting.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well then who's reporting on
Well,
it?
wasn't appropriately noticed.
Notice as well.
Yeah, but then they ended up having a meeting, so never mind. Just move right along.
Oh. they
It
can't-
wasn't appropriately noticed, so.
It wasn't appropriately,
I
okay,
don't
well
think
then
so.
let's just keep on moving. The Bryant Water Authority Annual Meeting. I'm going to start with Councilmember Wyrick, and then I'll comment on that. Or do you-
Well, I think it was outstanding evening sponsored by Frank, and a lot of important people there, as you mentioned earlier. A couple of comments that I picked up. I wrote quite a few notes as a result of being there. I think my takeaways are that the elected officials feel like their hands seem to be tied by bureaucratic log jams, and there was some sharing of thoughts that, the State Water Control Board might be a little, not out of control, but if they weren't there, we might be able to get more things done with water that could help more people. There was some concern that, the challenges we face with water in the Central Valley aren't shared with people outside of the Central Valley. And we heard about power outages being a problem. And when there's power outages, you know what happens with that. There's rolling brownouts and blackouts and things like that. But the comment was made that water is worse in the Central Valley. So to get other communities outside of the Central Valley to buy into our need is going to take some planned effort. One way we can do that is by choosing certain words like soliciting funds for flood control, not water storage. You know, we don't want to build a dam, we want to build a recharge basin that can handle 800, million acre feet or whatever the size might be. There was a lot of people that they encouraged us all in attendance to organize people on the ground in other areas where they're feeling the pain and let them know how they can help us solve water problems here. And I happen to think at that time when that comment was made that, if we can only receive a certain percent of our water allotment, why do all the other cities and states or cities within California still get a full allotment of water? If we get pinched 75% on our allotment, why doesn't 75% less water go through the canals to Southern California or out the rivers in the Bay Area? We need our water in our Central Valley. It's a critical infrastructure of the food. There are some comments about waiving permitting and construction costs. The oversight amounts are just killing people that are trying to do water projects. And one comment was made about climate change. Climate change is maybe causing the problem, is the belief by some, but how can we roll back climate change? Where we're at right now will probably continue into the future, so we just need to build capacity and conveyance. Don't let the waters go. Let's, and a final call. If there's a group that's advocating for water rights in the Central Valley, we should support them any way we can to help them be successful in Sacramento, to help maintain and improve our water rights here in the Central Valley. Thank you.
You framed it very well, Councilmember. I was also in attendance, but one of the things that I want to say, this invitation came to all of us, and I would encourage other members of council that if they have the opportunity when they receive an invitation to attend something such as this, because we were provided with the history of the Friant and the Millerton Lake and when they were completed, and we were provided with a lot of information. But the panel was Congressman Valadao and Senator Hurtado, and that was an extremely amazing question and answer dialogue, which Councilmember Wybrock framed pretty well. And again, they put an emphasis on the strategic approaches, reducing the groundwater use and to increase surface water, and the support, how much we need the water support in the Central Valley. That's all I'm going to say, but again, it's something that I would encourage council members who have never attended. This is not my first time, I've attended others. How important something as such, and they have an annual meeting, they hadn't had it during COVID, but I would encourage your attendance. The next one is the TCAG, Tulare County Association of Governments. We met yesterday. We began with the workshop, and the workshop was educational. There was a budget presentation, outlined were the core functions, the preparation of a fiscal and sustainable budget, maintain and improve existing travel demand forecasting model, and others such as manage the regional level, bicycle and pedestrian planning in Tulare County, etc. It talked about accomplishments in their planning, the adoption of transit asset management targets when they started in 2022, and for the regional travel model completion time for 2025, air quality, conformity, demonstration, etc. They will continue the Cross Valley Corridor Transit Development Plan, Sustainable Transportation Circulation Element, etc. The projects, the accomplishments, the International Agri-Center Caldwell 99 Interchange, State Route 190 corridor improvement, multiple bike projects, rehab projects in most cities, and the county preventative budget bridge maintenance. Financial and sustainability funding types with regard to federal and state and local. Flood impacts to regional roads. The Caltrans Deputy District Director of Maintenance and Operations provided information on the flood impacts, identifying the road closures and the extent of work. Mr. Reed Shanky provided us with slides in the county in the areas affected by the flooding road closures then and now. The mention of Reservation Road before and after, the access road to the reservation, temporary and raised, the Globe Drive area and damaged location. Material sources were difficult and unavailable. He credited the high-speed railroad with stepping up to the plate to provide material that they had and not in use. The incident command team was across the street from our meeting location in Tulare. He said most affected would be eligible for FEMA reimbursement. Mr. John Lawless, our city manager, was invited on the spot to speak and report to damages as it relates to TCAG transportation, bike and ped projects, etc. First and foremost, he credited the city of Porterville staff working diligently 24/7 to save people and homes along the river. The erosion of the riverway was extraordinary. The area trail for the bike and ped project has fallen into the river. The topography of the Tule River has been washed away. Looking forward, the homes were saved that would have fallen into the river, etc. So there would be more discussions as to the projects that were once planned and in place as to where they will be going from there. TCAG meeting began at 1 o'clock. I'm really not going to go into the summary because most of the updates are the same as I report out every time I go to TCAG, but I will note for the record that the minutes of March 20, 2023 TCAG meeting minutes and the minutes of the Technical Advisory Committee of March 16th were unanimously approved. That concludes my report. However, save the date. And this is directed to my alternate and to the vice mayor because the TCAG retreat is on May 25th from 9 to 3, and we will be in Three Rivers. Not in Visalia. That concludes my report. The next TCAG meeting is May the 15th, 2023, at 12 o'clock at the Tulare Ag Auditorium. It's going to be an hour earlier because there's going to be another workshop. Moving right along, we will now go into oral communications, and we don't have anyone in council chambers for oral communications. Do we have anyone still on virtually for oral communications?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now we'll go into other matters. Councilmember Wybrock, I'll start this way.
I'm Meissner, but which one?
This way. I'm tired. Let's go this way.
Great council meeting today.
I'm tired.
Great information from the residents and people that came to the podium. We always appreciate the information shared, and we look into it and try to validate the words that we hear to see what we can do about the things that are brought before us. So thank you for coming. I was in Las Vegas this last weekend, and as we were driving to Old Town, we were surrounded by bicyclists, but it was organized. And for probably, 6 city blocks on the Strip, 3-4 lanes, bicyclists. They met somewhere near Old Town, and they were riding to another spot on the Strip. And it was managed. It was quite this dress up, some outfits. People would wear their outfits. But I saw a lot of young people. I saw a lot of elderly people. I saw a lot of people like the people that ride bikes in our communities. And I know we've heard some feedback that, some bicyclists are causing, terror or, concern. But I think most of the people that ride bikes, there's some clubs in town that ride miles and miles and miles. And I just don't know if it'd be possible, like a third Saturday of every single month, that we have bike day, like a parade from one side of town to the other, or from south side of Main Street all the way to the north side of Main Street. and just let people get together on their bikes and ride through. So I don't know how we could go about having a great chamber event. There you go. So Chamber of Commerce will be looking forward to that, and I'll give somebody a call. Next,
Actually,
we've got plenty to do.
Before COVID, we actually were looking to do something because the ride-outs were a big deal, and having an organized ride-out led by PD.
Yeah.
As part of a bike rodeo. So it would, I was being facetious by that. You said a parade, and I said, well, it sounds like chamber. That's the chamber. They love that stuff. So, but no, it's certainly something. I think the PD, and I've talked to TCAG about it as well, because Bike and Ped is a big and they do a lot of stuff with kids' bikes and helmets and things like that. So I think there's great, and I've had conversations with them.
Yeah, it's a great thing. I also want to just recognize, I don't know everybody, that I can't tell you, and Mr. Lawless, I want to ask you for a number of employees with the city of Porterville. We know directors, we know department managers, but there's a lot of people behind the scenes that are keeping this city operating, and we all appreciate that. There was a report during the renaming of the animal control presentation, and I like the idea of animal services department or whatever, but changing that. But it was mentioning how when somebody was hurt, if they have dogs, it's hard to get to those people to render aid. And I just want to, me with safety, just don't want anybody to get bit by a dog. So even if a dog seems nice, doesn't mean you should go up and try to bite it. And our emergency responders are always coming and going into these different areas, and I know they take prudent measures to make sure they're not bit by dogs. We appreciate that, and that's all I have to share tonight.
Thank you. Now I'll go this way. That's where I meant to start. Okay, Councilmember Meister.
Well, talking about those public comments, there was someone giving me recognition for some of the work that's been done through the Armory and work around town, and I want to recognize Madam Mayor on the work that she's done. She's reached out to Congressman Valadeo, and I know the room's empty now, and it's probably no one's on Zoom, right? But I shouldn't be the one getting all the credit. I feel guilty listening to some of that stuff, and ultimately it comes down to the staff and the job that you guys did making this happen. All I did was make a phone call. So with that, I want to move on. There's a couple bills coming through Assembly and the Senate, and I believe they are defund the police kind of bills. And I would like to see if the council would join me in putting forth a letter, or actually, excuse me, consider a resolution of opposition. And the first bill is AB 1090, and this bill would authorize the Board of Supervisors to remove an elected sheriff if so voted. And I feel that it kind of puts a stigma on a sheriff to have to do what county supervisors want instead of what the sheriff may feel is constitutional, and give a stigma and a way to direct him. And so I think that us as a board coming together to oppose that would be a great thing. And then the other one is Senate Bill 94. This bill would allow convicted murderers who have been sentenced to death or life without parole, gives an opportunity to have their sentence invalidated and make them eligible for parole to walk free. And once again, what I mean by defund the police, we have police officers that went and did the work, and they were proven guilty in the court system, and they're murderers, right? And we don't want that kind of people back out on the streets, because that's why we see the decay in our system here in California nowadays. So what I would like is if we could add these, a letter or a resolution of opposition to schedule matters next council meeting. Is that something I could request? So how do we go for,
Ways to do this. The council could vote to consider those things now, or you can have it put on for consent to have it, and then consider it, and then approve it like you would through your normal approval process.
To schedule a date to discuss it?
Yeah, to
To
schedule a date to
schedule a
discuss
date
it.
to discuss it?
I mean, you could adopt to put it on for discussion. You could make a motion to schedule it for discussion at the next meeting and potential approval. And in the meantime, we could get more information. If the council wants to vote on that now, it's the only time you can vote on something not on the agenda is to schedule it for the next meeting. Or the other alternative is you can have Councilmember Meister submit it through the normal process, and it would go on consent first, and then if the council approves it, be scheduled. Either way works.
what would be faster is,
Faster way is if the council is amenable to voting on it now to put it on for consideration.
I'll make a motion that we do that then.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Vice Mayor, I want to include you in on this. Councilmember Meister is asking an item to be put as a scheduled matter. We have a motion and a second, and there are two bills, and you heard them, and it would give us time to look at them.
And just, I have information here, packets that I could put in her box as well, and I have them for you all.
So I don't know enough about these two bills to make any kind of vote towards
No,
supporting it.
the request is to place it on the next council meeting as a scheduled matter.
For consideration
For
then. So you would have
consideration.
time to look at it at the next meeting. It just eliminates the need for two meetings to get it scheduled.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, no further discussion. Call for the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Beltran, I'm so tired right now, I'm not even. Other
It's
matters,
past 8:27. You warned us. You
I
warned
know,
us.
it's not, it's 10:28, we have surpassed that time.
I want to thank, I try to write down her name as fast as I can, the Tulare County Economic Development. Erica presentation. It's great. There's a lot of feedback I hear in the community as far as what we are doing as a city and to help economic development and jobs and stuff. And this is a great display for those who care to understand and know the process. That was I'm going to clip this part of the meeting and share it for people to understand all the work that goes into, I don't say recruiting, but trying to solicit, businesses to come here. So that was just a great presentation. Again, yeah, thank you for the community members that came out and during public comment or oral communication and shared with us their thoughts. The Rio Vista area, that's an ongoing issue, and as we've seen from the initial flood fight that we were, down there working on, to see what it was and to see what it is now. I'm sure they have concerns, but to see what we were able to slow down and save those properties, it's not a done effort, but just what we were able to do for them. I was hoping out here them say, thank you for that effort. But I understand, they live there and they have those concerns, but I'm just happy to hear them and they're being heard. Another issue on the armory, we got to be really careful with this situation that it does not become a homeless shelter while it's in this emergency operation as an evacuation center. We have a place for homeless outreach and services. We don't want to conflate the two under our agreement. That's something we could look at in the future if and when the armory becomes, under our control at some point. But as of now, we want to make sure that we don't kind of blend those two services. They're completely opposite. I want to thank Chairman Perone and Vice Chair Nieto for coming here. I know they had to do some paperwork that they were very interested in, but I was able to attend their opening yesterday, as I believe I saw Mr. Lawless and Madam Mayor there. And it was nice to see it come from I wasn't here at the beginning of when that first started, but to see it as a shell and to see the lights and customers and food and beverages and stuff, it was really neat to see them finally get that up and going. It was great to see. I talked to as many people as I could, and people from Lemoore, Bakersfield, outlying areas. I was really surprised how many people are not from Porterville.
No.
I think a majority were not from Porterville, which was really surprising. I thought I would see a lot of people I knew, and as I heard and was kind of being walked around, most of the people were not from Porterville, which is, I think, a great testament to our partnership with the tribe in our coordination, whether it's water services or public safety and what have you, that how integrated our relationship is. Mr. Bowler for his presentation, from the chamber, the Spring Festival. It was great to see that back, rebranding that. I know that's under work. It's not as, I don't think it was as heavily attended as previous events, but again, it's after, I think, a 3-year hiatus. So it was really neat to see the community back, enjoying the weather, the food, just the socializing. I appreciated the law enforcement there. I believe I saw quite a few highway patrol officers. I don't know if they were on duty, but it just seemed like there was a little more than I would typically see at that event. But just the amount of officers and the secured streets I saw, I think every street I walked down from, all the way from Olive to Morton, had police officer vehicles blocking the roadway. And I thought that was a great safety measure, given just a lot of things the variables that can happen and have happened in the past. So I was really happy and felt secured seeing that. It was great to hear about the city's Easter egg hunt. I took my children there, 20 years ago when they were little, and to see the images. I drove by later when it was over, but there were still so many families enjoying the parks and just that community event. So just thank that Parks and Leisure Department. I know that's a lot of undertaking in setting up and preparation. Let's see. And thank you, staff, for the block grant report. It opened my eyes to just all the variables that go behind what the city does and their interaction with the community. I know the surveys were out for, I want to say, at least 3 months or so, being pushed for people to participate. In meeting with Mr. Ridenour yesterday, there was 141 participants in one of those surveys, and he said that's kind of high compared to some areas. And I thought it was shockingly low. But I guess just to hear that there was that amount of feedback, just trying to get the community involved, and I guess that's 141 people that are trying to help and steer. But just to see that report, and it's on our city website for individuals to look at, it was just a fantastic report. One last thing, I participated last Monday after Easter. I went down and helped out in the parks. It's always been an issue I've seen in our community, the utilization of the community for Easter, our parks. And as much as they're enjoyed, they are certainly left not in great shape. And so I had the day off, and I volunteered my time to go and help out, and just applaud those employees in the Parks Department. Within, I would say, 4 to 5 hours, those parks looked fantastic, and they're already being utilized because there was no school that day for I think most of the kids in our area, there's no school. And by the time we were done, it was around noon. We weren't done, but for the most part, it was already getting full again. And those people had no idea what that park looked like. I mean, there was so many things left behind. So I kind of made a promise that next year I'm going to make a concerted effort to organize more individuals. There's no school. There's not some work for some individuals to come out on a Monday after Easter and come and help clean up our community. As much as you might enjoy it, it's nice to see it cleaned up. And there were several, just families using the park and seeing it being cleaned up, and they were appreciative of that effort. I know at Veterans Park alone, I think there was 2 employees and some community service individuals helping out. But at Zalad Park, there was only 1 individual doing the best he could there. And I was happy to help him, and it was great just to see that effort put on daily and the pride that those individuals take in their area, which were those parks. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to, I really just have one. Thank you for the patience with me being on Zoom. This is not fun. I don't miss this. So I had to travel for work yesterday, and I'll be here for a couple of days in San Diego. So I had to do the whole connection with the lobby here, and they had to move me because they didn't know I was going to be in there that long. So I'm just on another side of the lobby in a little room that they opened up. But with that, it's really late and I'm exhausted, but I don't want to not mention the opening of the Eagle Mountain Casino, the soft opening yesterday. And they invited VIPs, but it was also the Tribal Elder Day. And so I didn't RSVP for to eat at one of the restaurants because I didn't know what time I was going to be there. But I was able to meet my mom down there and my brother. And I think the best thing about it is, so for me personally, I went to the beam signing and then I just stayed away. And I did that purposely because I know I wanted to see the progress as it got later into the stages. I didn't think I would be waiting until the soft opening, but it just ended up like that. So to walk in there and see all the designs around there was really, it was awesome. But I think the best part of it for me was seeing the elders because yeah, they like to gamble and they like to go to the restaurants, but that's their way of socializing and being together. So I sat in that coffee shop with my mom, and it was just filled with elders and other people, friends, in the community, local people. So it was really good. I went in the day around lunchtime, stayed for a couple hours, hung out and visited, and it was really good to see. And I know they have a lot of glitches to work out, but it seems that staff is working really diligently to onboard, train, and hire more people. So just want to commend all the staff of the casino and also the tribal council, and then congratulate the tribe on the progress.
Thank you. I'm going to go back. On April the 5th, I had been invited to attend the Porterville Unified School District Student Nutrition Food Show. This was their second, but my first to attend. They had food vendors from all over the area, near and distant communities, to showcase their food products for students to judge and evaluate. I walked to each vendor, spoke to them before the students arrived, and they had the students in the Pathways program assisting them. The focus of this event was for students from the elementary, middle, and high school levels to sample and judge the food for campuses. And I was saying, where was this when I was going to school? There was a big shout out to the Pathway students who were involved in the hospitality program, and the IT Pathways who had set up the iPads for all the students to come in and judge It was well organized, and I was glad to have seen it and attended to this event, to see it firsthand. April the 7th, First Friday Coffee was hosted by Another Pathway, the Tulare County Federal Credit Union students from Porterville High School. And I reconnected with several, in particular with those who run the program for the school district, being a retired school district employee. However, I went to every student that was there to introduce myself, and they were so good about handing their business cards and telling me what they did for the credit union. And it was something really neat to see because they were really groomed and very articulate with when you spoke to them individually, and their presentation as a group was very well put together. Then I'll just highlight that again on the 11th of April, some of us were present at Porterville College to support city and staff in the transition from the college shelter to the Armory shelter, and a lot of work was done that day. I want to highlight the Spring Festival because I want to say there was amazing attendance, and I was there from 10 to 1:30, stopped numerous times just to speak to people and to welcome several who have joined us from out of town, from surrounding areas that made it to Porterville. However, my final stop before going home was to have lunch at Country Cafe on Main Street, and I want to say, I always went out to Cotton Center for their breakfast. However, I wanted to try something different. And I decided, since I had walked around for that length of time, I had a healthy salad. So that was good. I commend the soft opening of Eagle Mountain Casino. It's been long awaited. I was very fortunate, along with Mr. Lawless, that we were a part of the process when we saw the plans, when they were paper. And to get the story and the history of the artwork in each phase on paper as to what was going to go in, and then being a part of the construction process, wearing the hard hat and walking around and not knowing, but just getting the visible. The event center was, I was just excited when I was there to actually see how beautiful that it came together, especially the center, and to go up and look at the chandeliers and the significance of the basket weaving, the significance of the carpet as to the stories that were told. So it was nice, and I have to tell you that I didn't make the choice. It was when I RSVP'd for dinner. I was recommended for the tap house, and the meal was excellent. So that's what I want to say. I want to thank everybody that came in to council chambers and expressed themselves under oral communications and the community. And I also want to give a shout out to the continued staff who's involved on everything. But I want to highlight IT. I think they're fantastic because without that part component for the city, it's fast. And I'm an advocate for technology, and I'm an advocate for the software and the programs that go with it, because it's in the best interest of the city to move forward. Mr. Lawless?
The only thing I'd add is I had the opportunity on Sunday to, as part of my Rotary clubs in this area, Tulare here in this area, a couple areas worked together, and was in Lindsay on Sunday doing, it's called the Global Empowerment Mission, and it was born out of, at least in the California area, out of the Paradise Fires. And actually the lead is a member of the Tule River Tribe, and but is out of the Paradise area, and so she was here and had the opportunity, and I sent appreciation to Lindsay as well for hosting it there and its residents that were affected in flooding. But there were these boxes, like refrigerator-sized boxes, just full of Amazon stuff. And it was like Christmas. We had no idea, just at home or garage or kitchen or bathroom. And so people were like, well, what else you got in there? I don't know. So literally, there's all these boxes, and we set them out on tables, and the folks are great. And then the remainder, it was there over this weekend, and then it was going up to the Tule River Tribe. And they said, because it's been difficult for them to get down, given still limited access, so that was being brought up to them. So it was a great Rotary event, but also was introduced to this global GEMS, as they're called. And they're doing a lot of flood relief stuff in the Central Valley. So it was neat to see that activity here in our area.
Thank you.
And thank the council for its valuable time last Friday and this evening. As we say, $20 and a sandwich, literally.
Well, before I adjourn the meeting, I wonder if everybody's still awake that I see the names on here. Look at that, look at that. Look how quick they responded. Oh my gosh, look at that. They're still there. Maria, I know you're there. Javier's somewhere there. Okay, well, everybody have a good evening. Thank you for everything. It is 10:47.